Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to come back with me. We just left 2006, okay? Jump forward 3 years. Gaming has certainly been moving forward a little bit. Borderlands just came out. Bayonetta just came out. Prototype is another game that just came out. Assassin's Creed just came out with Assassin's Creed 2. Uncharted 2 just released. Batman Arkham Asylum just released. Left 4 Dead 2 was sweeping everything. There was a new Wolfenstein game. All kinds of cool stuff like that. Call of Juarez came out. Plants vs. Zombies was absolutely crushing it in the puzzle indie space. Oh, right. And a little-known game called Dragon Age Origins had just released. All of this was in 2009, and every game I just mentioned got absolutely curb-stomped, financially, by the game we're about to play today. Just like the last game, this is one of the best-selling video games of all time. Now, we talked about the DS boost, because the DS is the second highest-selling console of all time. There was also a Wii boost, just so that's a thing. So a lot of Wii games got way higher sales figures than they otherwise would, simply by virtue of being on the Wii. Unlike the DS, which is a little bit debatable, the Wii is very easy to understand why it was selling so bonkers well. The Wii was in basically every household. Everybody was buying a Wii. People who don't play video games were buying Wiis. If you're paying attention, this phenomenon has happened before with the PlayStation 2. So, same concept. So a game comes out on the Wii, it's just going to sell more. There's nothing else for it. It's the same concept we're currently going through with the Switch. So this game sold scary well. Even in the year it came out, it was one of the top sellers, and as of now, it's ridiculous. And I just mentioned both of those Jujus. Like I walk out and I'm like, hey, I've got some Reese's. And then like 2 minutes later, Juju says, hey, did you know you have some Reese's? Here, have some Reese's, Juju's. Would you like some? I actually don't have any Reese's. Oh my god. I need to fix that. So, into this environment came New Super Mario Brothers Wii. Now, what's really funny about this is this particular game, ain't that the truth, but well, this particular game was considered much harder and was designed around the more, well, I hesitate to use the word hardcore because I hate that word in application when it comes to gaming, but it was designed for people who were already fans of the Mario Brothers series. It's kind of like how Yoshi's Island or Lost Levels or Galaxy 2 were all designed. You understand the distinction. Mario World was built for people who've never played video games before. Yoshi's Island was built for people who play Mario games. So this, believe it or not, despite its presence on the Wii, despite everything, was built for people who play Mario games. Whether that was good or bad, we'll determine as we go. But this is legitimately a landmark game, and I'm not actually joking. Because, and I wrote it down here, the exact dates. Here we go. So, there's actually two things that are landmark about this. First of all, this is the first Mario game ever, to my knowledge, or at least the very first mainline Mario game, slight clarification, ever, to not have Koji Kondo do any music. Even in some of the games where he was not the primary composer, he usually did individual songs for that game. This game's soundtrack was done by a completely different and new team. We'll see what we think of the music as we go through it. By memory, I don't remember any of it because it's just that same stupid tune from the one on the DS over and over again. We'll see. We'll see. I'll get to it. Don't worry, Jern. That's the thing I'm going to end with. I was actually just talking to my sister about that. So no Koji Kondo. That's strange. It's worth noting he has come back since then to do Mario music. It's just he left for this one for some reason. I don't actually know why. Maybe he was busy? I don't know. But then there's one other thing. Do you remember how when we were going through the Marios, I mentioned how it was a desire of Miyamoto, back when he was still directly involved in game development, that he wanted to get Yoshi involved all the way back in Super Mario Bros. 1 in the early 80s. And that fell through. In every single game, he was constantly trying to implement Yoshi. And it took him until 1991 before he was finally able to actually implement it. Well, we have beaten that record because there's one other thing Miyamoto had been pushing for hard for 21 years. All the way back in the original Super Mario Bros. 2, no, not Lost Levels, the one that got turned into Doki Doki, that got turned into Super Mario Bros. 2. That version of the game, one of the earliest things Miyamoto was pushing for directly was simultaneous co-op, or what we would nowadays just refer to as co-op. Being able to play the game simultaneously in a non-versus fashion and go through the stage which is with each other. It's obvious why. I myself have said many times that co-op, like 99% of the time, just elevates a game. Even games that I otherwise wouldn't enjoy, like Borderlands 3 and Far Cry New Dawn, were games that I enjoyed because I played them with friends. And a good game is elevated up to great, and a great game just explodes, right? We have recent evidence of this because we just played StarCraft 2. And where the co-op mode in that game is freaking amazing. Nearly perfect. So, yeah, co-op, good, duh. But they just couldn't manage it. So he tried it for that original Mario 2 and then Super Mario Bros. 2. He tried it for Mario 3 and they ended up with that versus mode. They tried it for Mario World. They didn't know what the SNES could do yet. They tried it for Yoshi's Island and they realized that they wanted to focus on other things. They tried it for Mario 64 and the hardware couldn't handle it. They tried it for Mario Sunshine, and they had a similar hardware issue with that one. They tried it for Mario Galaxy, and so they came up with the bit thing instead. But finally, this game is our first Mario game with actual, honest-to-God co-op. Took 20... Like, can you imagine spending 21 years trying to implement a feature into your games? Can you process that? Where were you at 21 years ago? Would have been 2002. Yeah. I do have one last story for you. So, once upon a time, quite a while ago, my sister decided to come... That's a good question, Casper. We'll talk about it in a second. Because this is directly relevant to the co-op. My sister came up to visit me. I was living, this was back in Kansas, and she came to visit for a few weeks, and, you know, I put her up at one of those long staying hotels, what are those called? Extended stay hotels, something like that. And one night, actually several nights, but one night we came in to the office, because I was still working at the data center back then. And she and Gary and I sat down with our Wii, because we, like, collectively had a Wii, and fired up Mario Kart Wii, and that was fun. And we played a bunch of other games, but the last night we decided to go ahead and play this game. Nothing I say will really emphasize how ridiculous and nonsense this is. If you've ever played Trine with other players, you have an idea. Because here's the thing. This game is janky as hell in its physics, and all players have collision with each other. Now, that may sound like a okay, but it means, like, for example, if I go for a jump and someone else is also going for a jump at the same time and we collide with each other, one of us is about to be catapulted into the pit to our deaths. You can also pick up other players, which is easy to do by accident because it's the same button as the run button. So if you happen to be next to another player while you start running, which is very common, and then they're getting disoriented, and then you're trying to get rid of them, and then so you throw them, but then you throw them down into the pit on accident. You get the idea. We laughed ourselves so silly. All three of us had a massive headache just from the sheer ridiculousness of it. Yeah, it wasn't intended to be versus, but for all intents and purposes, it was versus. There was this one stage in particular, I'll point it out when we get there, which we spent 30 minutes on, which probably doesn't sound like a long period of time. Why don't you imagine 30 minutes of just, yeah, death, 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 and you've kind of got an idea. Consequently, this will be my first time playing this solo. Not the first time I've said that during this series. Game? Game? Okay. So hang on. Suicide!
Oh.
There we go. Kinda, yeah, Blade to Ball. Looks crisp though, doesn't it? For once, there's no upscaling here. This is just what the Wii looked like. I mean, you can kind of tell because some of the textures. 2 GameCubes wrapped together. So let's see what the demo reel does. You can already see how chaotic it gets. By the way, I do like the fact that it pops out power-ups based on how many you have. That was actually the same feature that 3D World had, if you remember. So they got that from here. And yeah, you can already see how this could lean itself into the beat-em-up genre very well. If you've ever played any of those beat-em-up games and ever had that moment of, oh god, where am I on the screen? Yeah, that happens too. They tried to make them visually distinct from each other. They didn't completely succeed. Mario and Luigi are pretty visually distinct. The Toads, not so much. Oh, and I know what you're thinking. Lore, surely you, who've done research on this game, can tell me what's up with the Toads and why there's 2 Toads that are playable. Actually, I can, although it's a very banal explanation. They were having so many troubles getting this working that the only way they could do it is effectively clone the model. So the engine only has to pull the model for Luigi, the model for Mario, and the model for a Toad with a slightly different coloring. And so it actually provides a lower load on the hardware in order to produce both Toads than it would be to produce a Toad and someone else. Thank you, Ross, as always. I will put that towards playing Metroid Other M, and then playing Metroid 1. Yeah, Peach and Toad was out of the question. Now, the irony is, the solution was sticking them in the face by doing Peach and Daisy. But at the same time, I don't blame them for not doing that, because Peach and Daisy aren't actually reskins of each other. So if they did a reskin situation, it would probably suck. You'll notice, by the way, anybody can pick up coins, anybody can pick up optional stuff. Everybody has the ability to pick up whatever. That's cool. It is legitimately a good co-op mode, which will definitely be positive-worthy. By the way, if you want to put that towards anything, Ross, let me know. The problem is that collision thing I just mentioned. So, it's actually a decent tech demo. I think I might actually positive this while we're here. So if one person dies, but other people are still on, the level is not over, and they eventually respawn in bubbles. When in a bubble, you can shake the Wiimote, which allows you to kind of home in on one of the surviving players, and if you're popped, you pop out. The problem of that is, of course, that if you get popped out in a bad place, well, you get popped out in a bad place, and it sucks to be you. So, like, I don't know, random example. Let's say you're playing with your sister and your best friend, and, like, someone bubbles over, and then you're like, jump, pop! And then they plummet to their death. Well, that's a thing that can happen. Oh, yeah. While we're here, immediate negative to controls. The waggle. Just like in Mario Galaxy 2, it's the exact same problem. It's not as bad, so I'm probably only going to give 2 negatives for this because you only use it semi-frequently. But you do still use the waggle as regular interaction, and that is still bad. So here's the plot. Okay, you ready? You watching? You watching? You watching? I love the hair and the cake. So, the Koopalings had actually come back just before this, relatively speaking. But this was the first time the Koopalings had come back to any mainline Mario in years. In fact, it had been since Mario World, which was 18 years ago. So there's our new power-ups. The penguin, the helicopter. Give me 1 second here. So you're putting that towards Ruby Streaminations, One Shot, still don't know what that is, and Pokemon Violet. You got it, Ross. Thank you. Okay, so we're definitely giving at least 2 co-op positives. We're honestly probably giving at least 1 co-op negative. We might give more than that. I'm gonna have to debate that as we go, even though we don't have co-op more right now. Let's get on with it, shall we? Yeah, could you believe they kidnapped Peach?
Here we go!
Possibly, Bladetool. We've never really encountered that before. Like, I don't think we've ever given a negative to, or excuse me, a positive to terrible before. But the example I always give is, of course, Trine, which is terrible and therefore fun. That's true, we did give a positive to Mako, didn't we? I'll have to look. I'll have to see what that is. Well, I've already covered season, I believe, 1. Federation Builder. Meh. This is actually only the 3rd time I've ever played this game, Justin. Larry! Sorry. So let's get this out of the way immediately. While it's the same style, I much prefer the brickwork of this game on the overworlds. We'll kind of debate that as we go, but I'm going to jot down a question mark for that right now. Oh, I'm totally going to forget Federation Builder. In fact, I may even deliberately not do so. And then there's that kind of vibing tone, which, like I said, new composers. Go into the stage. Go into the stage. Oh, this isn't a stage. That's why. There we go.
Let's go.
Still not gonna watch him. Get used to this song. Notice that the enemies do much more bopping in time to the music than they used to. I mean, yeah, Gollum. Ignoring the obvious historical value, just because a game's newer doesn't make it better. If games being newer made them better, then Gollum is one of the best games ever made. Keep that in mind. I should mention, because we're doing this on the Wii, there are no cheats, so... For a game that's harder than the last one, you may be screwed on a few things. Might have to look up an Infinite Lives thing later. The good news is it already handles a bit better. It's a minute thing. It's still floaty, like all the new games are floaty. That's just how they are. It's not, like, I don't know, there was just a few issues with the previous one. So, this requires a waggle. This is why this is that second negative, right there. Because you want to do that all the time. In some stages, that's all you do. Imagine just doing that. Waggle. Waggle. Constantly. Think about the pain on your wrists. Think about watching your life slowly drift away. about the fact that it was strange. There we go. Consider the pain of your life drifting away. You'll also notice that 1-1 here is much more of a tutorial stage than the previous one, which is funny, considering the previous one was pretty much designed around the idea of players, you know, jumping into it new. And this is designed for players who are recurring players. But this still has a better 1-1. Which one, Ross, if you don't mind my asking? I'm not going up for 100%. Don't worry, I've already 100%ed this game. Flattened image. Is that the Kabali? We already did New Super Mario Bros. 1. We just finished it today, actually. Type 3B. For the first shift. Notice there's more sound design in this one. It's more reminiscent of Yoshi's Island. One of the things I never actually... Oh, it's terrible, Seth. One of the things that I never really processed until I was playing New Super Mario Bros., you know, the DS one, the original one, was just how much it sucks not having that kind of audio feedback for doing stuff. Because that game had very little audio feedback. By contrast, the game we played right before it, Yoshi's Island, had tons of audio feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Like excellent sound design. Correct, Blade Javal. Oh, that one, Ross.
Yeah.
We'll see. Either way, surprisingly decent first stage. Here's the helicopter, here's the controls, here's the waggle. Native to gameplay. Could someone do me a favor and look up what category we put So Bad It's Good in for Mass Effect 1? Might not have categorized it back then, but if it's there, do me a favor and see if we have a category for it. Okay, sorry about that. Boop.
Let's go.
I do like that we're back to having the Koopalings. Okay. I've tried to describe this before and I've failed at it. Most people I've found... I need more precision than that game. So I'm hitting waggle each time. You'll notice I am not spinning each time. Let's fiddle with our controls for a second. Thank you for checking, Blade Javal. That's not working at all. It's just literally not working now. Okay. Agreed, Blair Javal. Although I hope you get used to this song, because you're going to hear a lot of it. Yeah, no, this is really frustrating, and I kind of need this to be as precise as possible. Okay, that's literally not working. What the crap? Okay, hang on. Game? Oh my god. Game? Oh my god, this is really frustrating. I have apparently, in my attempts to fix it, I have broken it. Ain't that always the way? Why don't you work? Why don't you work? Why don't you work? Okay. Alright, so, sure. I had this working, and now it's not working at all, which is just extremely appropriate, honestly. Good news, I'm not the only one with this issue. Okay. Nothing, Dark Day, nothing's wrong at all. Yep, we're just enjoying the music. Okay, so alright, that's a thing. So we have to do this. Yep. Apparently this will not work unless we're in a completely different mode at all. That's great. Okay, so okay, yeah, welcome to Wii controls. Yeah, that's extremely wrong. Well, that works, at least. Yeah, no, what we have to do is we have to put, essentially, just the Wiimote. Usually I have my Wii set up to be Wiimote plus Nunchuck. It does not know how to deal with that at all.
Oh no!
So what I need, New Super Mario Bros. Wii Manual. Because I need to see what it thinks each of these buttons should be. And then I have to kind of mentally adjust and rebind in order to deal with this. Okay, here we go. So the A button is used for absolutely nothing. Looks like I want 1 to be run and 2 to be jump. This is the map. That. A, we'll just put over here. B B even exist? Is there a B button? I guess there is. Yeah, not really. Okay, so we'll just clear that. Yep, there's no B button. Yeah, the Wii's controls have always been the biggest problem with the Wii. It's one of the biggest reasons I've never been a huge fan of the Wii. Okay, so we are sideways. We've got that. Now I need that to be the A button, and that, hypothetically, should do it. Let's try that again.
Let's go.
It's just... I don't remember if coins do anything in this one. Like, you know, in 3D Land, they unlock stuff. I'm not sure if they actually accomplish anything here. What's... That's extremely non-intuitive. Apparently there are levels that unlock. Oh, okay. Well, we'll do our usual. Oh my god, I forgot those even existed. Okay, I'm gonna need to do that. God, I hate motion control so much. Alright, Jesus Christ. Don't worry, after this, we're done with this crap. Is there seriously no way to... Yeah, could someone do me a favor? It's going to be a minute. Could someone go down the list? There's only about 400 games on it right now. And see if any of those are Wii games. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god! Okay. Everything's cool. Everything's cool forever. Okay, so my left finger is on the D-pad to move me back and forth. My left thumb is on the right analog to do this. And then my right thumb is on the face buttons. So I could do that, and I already failed at it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's tons of Mandate gimmicky stuff. As soon as I saw that, I remembered. We're going to see more stuff like that as we go through this. So, get excited. What's really frustrating is, like, the levels themselves are fine. Oh, you notice so they are much more obvious about the dancing thing. I think I already said that, but you can really see it here with, you know, the Koopas. We have spent at least 10 minutes just trying to get the controls to work right, Super Banjo. Because this is a Wii game. Yeah, there is a lot more space, and they do a lot more with it. This is also a much harder game, so we'll see where that goes. Yeah, no, this is exactly why I refuse to play the Primes until Prime 3 gets a remaster. I could do it, but I'd rather not.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Probably Bleach Ball. It's just... It personally irritates me how much Nintendo has basically always inhibited their game design by insisting on gimmicks. That has always been true. Even when it comes to the Switch, did you even know the Switch has, like... I don't remember what it's called. Like, the Switch, the Joy-Cons vibrate, right? But... like, it can vibrate in a specific way, or at a specific angle to indicate, like, different things. Or it'll acknowledge when you, like, like, the degree to which you push some of its buttons, and all kinds of weird stuff like that. Most games don't even do that, because they don't need to, because it's not really part of game design, but it's got the gimmicks. The gimmicks are there! And yeah, it goes all the way back to, the Duck Hunt. Hey, what I wish, ideal world, is I wish there was a button in the menu that says, would you like to turn the gimmicks freaking off? We're all happy then. Yeah, toggles solve so many things in game design, it continues to boggle my mind. Now, excuse me, I need to jot down another positive. Okay.
Let's go.
I'm coming for you, Larry. Coming for you. Right, so before I ran into all those control issues, I was actually talking about something. So how many of you enjoy the concept of the squad thing? I believe in TV tropes, it's actually called the Gold Poopfish Gang, which I have no idea what that means or what the significance of it is. Not sure I like that phrase, so we're gonna never use it again. The bodyguards in Secret of Mana, or the Mystic Trio in Chrono Trigger, or hell, even like all of the main generals of every Fire Emblem game's evil person. Or whatever else, but you get the general option here. It's a really common thing in a very large amount of fiction. Not just games. I'm listing games, but like you get it. It's the squad, and usually the thing that really distinguishes the squad and that makes them the squad is the fact that they are distinct from each other. That they do, you know, that they have themes or styles or gimmicks which vary them from just the other basic minions, right? Team Chaotic in the Sonic series, or Team Dark, or whatever the hell it's actually called, is another example of this. Everyone in chat's like, we have no idea what you're talking about, Laura. Okay, cool. Anyways, the relevant question isn't if you've heard of it, because of course you have. The relevant question is if you like it. It's a pretty popular trope, and I will admit that I am one of those people who would consider myself a fan of it. I'm a weirdo. But I bring all this up because that's one of the reasons I like the Koopalings. Is because they've got their own styles, they've got their own themes, and they've got their own little gimmicks, and that helps to flesh them out a little bit more from, you know, Cammy, well, no, Kamek, actually, or Bowser Jr., who are just kind of there for the most part. They don't really do a lot with them. So, when I saw that the Koopalings were back for this game, my first thought was, hell yeah!
Mario time.
And yeah, poorly done versions are definitely annoying. Final Fantasy X too. Excuse me. But I tend to like that kind of themed minion gimmick party team. Whatever the hell you want to call it thing. What, Toad? This letter just got dropped off at the castle. I Heard of my minions stuff. Every annoying toad they catch into a question mark. If you want to save him, come alone. I'm worried about them. If you find a toad, carry him to the goal. By all accounts, Organization 13 would actually count, yes.
Let's go.
So... this is a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess. Come on. Why do I have... okay, fine. No, oh my god. Why do I have to waggle to do this? Oh my god. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah.
Come on, there we go. Yep, waggle to breathe. Why? Well, we included this mechanic in our Wii's. I suppose I could move the waggle button. That might help. I might do that.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, picture the face button on a SNES. Right now I have waggle bound to A, or circle if you're familiar with the PlayStation. And doing Y, or square, and A, or circle at the same time is kind of irritating. I might redo that. Assuming I can. Last time I tried to do this, it was Hellscape. Let's try that. See if that works.
It's a go time.
Come on, Larry. Let's do it. Remember, Larry's gimmick is he has no gimmick.
Oh, yeah.
Truly the most terrifying of all foes. Here's a relevant question now. Do you think this game will score better than the previous one? I admit, I have no idea, personally. Yeah, that seems to be working better. Yeah, that feels better. So, I should probably mention the other reason the waggle... I should just give the triple negative for it. Because, do you see that little air thing? That is not a small mechanic. And it's not something you'll be using all infrequently, especially for the harder stuff. It's also not working all the time. So that's always cool. God, this freaking game. I want to like you, Nintendo. But you gotta meet me halfway. Well, I mean, granted, DS scored what, like a 45 or something? So it's not super hard to score better than that. Why didn't you... okay. That's interesting. Hey, Valerian. How's you doing? You know what? I accept that because I got the coin. Notice they got rid of the safety mechanism of having one power-up in stock, by the way. Weird decision. Whatever. Oh, nice, Valerian. Hope you all have fun. Bragwin, if you're there, have fun. It also controls a bit better. Like, it's hard to put it into words, but someone mentioned earlier they can tell just by looking, and yeah, it feels smoother. I don't feel the need to take a save state over like 20 steps because I'm not sure if I'm going to plummet off a cliff. Hi, Larry. Hi, Larry. Exactly, Noctis. Because yeah, if you're in multiplayer and one person dies, then the other person can just get you right back up. Bye, Larry. Oh yeah, no, it's great, Bragwin. Sure. Do I even have save states? Is that a thing I have on the Wii? Looks like I do. Maybe? There we go. Jesus. Trying to keep track as a goo. Yeah, try to remember, Bragwin. That boss you just saw, that's the first boss of the game. So. Okay, fine, game. I'll take the frozen flower. Collision seems to be better than the last game, too. I've already noticed that. Like, the hurt boxes of the previous game were just kind of off. That's an interesting fate for a fish. Yep. This is my life now. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. But it's so much more satisfying to watch them scream in agony, knowing that at any moment they will rise to the surface and suffocate in horrific pain. At least, that's my thought, Seth. I should know because that's your plans for me, last I checked. Oh, is this anybody's childhood game, or can I just, like, rip this one a new one without any fear? Asking for a friend. I just think ice is cooler than fire. For the record, I like this game too. I'm not actually super worried about that. Okay. Almost. Hang on. Almost. Okay, I give up. Moving on. Taking too long. Moving on. God, let's see, this was 2009. Mario 3 scored plenty good, Ross. Although, I legitimately wonder how much better it would score if they added mid-mission checkpoints to it. Like, I don't want to keep bashing that point, but it's just kind of... It's kind of been blowing me away ever since I realized that, because this playthrough was the first time I realized that Mario 3 has no mid-mission checkpoints. And it was just kind of like... Why? You know? Like, they have them in, I think, every other Mario game. Hey, Krenzler. Be free! And yeah, don't play that frickin' GBA version. God, screw that nonsense. Yes, Blade Jamal, but, like, they apparently changed their minds immediately on that, because, yeah, they walked away from that hard. Oh, the game we're playing right now has mid-mission checkpoints. 3D Land has mid-mission checkpoints, and that's a bite-sized game. Like, each stage takes, 20 seconds to go through in several cases. Yeah, they have them in Mario 1, which... Another fun little factoid. I kind of knew that, but I never really processed that until this particular playthrough, and I was like, huh. Yeah, no, they're not visible, but they exist. They're there. And again, Mario 2 has tons of checkpoints. Every time you go through a zone line is a checkpoint in Mario 2. Mario World has the flag things. Yeah, no, exactly, Ross. It really is fascinating covering these games side by side and seeing how the series has developed. Wow, that was like the perfect storm of screwing up everything. And that didn't work. Let's try that again. Okay, still not working. Game, I need you to do what I tell you to do. No, I need you to do what I tell you to do when I tell you to do it. Oh my god.
Oh no!
No, not that.
Oh! Nintendo!
Apparently I gotta be a lot more specific. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to use that. It's not even doing it. Ability, because the shake is just consistently not working correctly. It's not even consistent with its inconsistency. It's just every now and again it's like, no. And I'm like, but, and it's like, no. Yeah, Monkey's Paw. I wish they'd make a real console version of, New Super Mario Brothers. Monkey's Paw curls. Oh, now you work. Whatever. Oh, exactly, Ross. Like, that's pretty much the goal. That's why... Like, obviously there's other reasons to do blocks. Like, viewer and marketing kind of related reasons, but... No, the real reason to do blocks is exactly as you described. Perfect.
Oh yeah! Mario time!
Hey, PB Good Fate.
Oh!
Thank you, PB Good Fate. And yeah, I agree that it's something that's going to vary. Like, even if somehow magically we gave the exact same review, the same core numbers to a game, you and I would probably come up with a different golden number simply because of the fact that we would spend a different amount of time on the game. to use a game I'm not very good at, if I was to play Talos Principle, I imagine my playthrough of that is just going to score worse than, I don't know, Dean Badines or someone. Someone who's actually good at puzzle games, which I am not. Happy Saturday, Deep Fry. Wait, is which an emulator issue, Noctis? I mean, the waggle problem we're having is absolutely an emulator issue. Come on. I always have to remind myself the Oddworld series even is a puzzle series, because I only played Abe's Odyssey, which is not what I would call a puzzle game. Come with me, Koopa. Okay. I wasn't actually expecting that to happen. Nope. And I know what you're thinking. You know, Lore, every time you play a Wii game, you have issues with the controls. Why don't you just play with an actual Wii? I want you to realize that every time I do this, I would have to do this physically. Every single time I do that. And as much as I love my job, and I do care about doing the best job I possibly can, I'm not going to cause myself lasting physical harm to my hardware and to myself just to be able to not have to emulate it. So. You know, maybe that's why I like Sonic Colors so much, Renegade. Because I do. By memory, Sonic Colors is my favorite Sonic game. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but... like, if you ask me right down, gun to the head, that would be my answer. You're fine, Federation Builder, you're fine. What you're thinking right now is you're thinking, God, I hate that lore guy. And that other lore guy, and that too many people have lore in their names when it comes to YouTube. It's okay, though, because I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a streamer. Game? That's not a good sign. How long that took. That's right, I'm a zombie. I'm a zombie. Well, my first thought is that it's not a remake, Deep Fry. My second thought is that it's a very good remaster that I highly recommend to anybody who either hasn't played it or has an interest in replaying a classic. I wish it was an actual remake, but it's still a good damn game, and I've already bought it. Any questions?
It's a good time.
Another banging Castle soundtrack. What? I don't know, I hear that lore guy is a lot better than me. And he actually does YouTube videos. I love this song. Plus the music. Yes, Ross. As is usual with a good remaster, it kind of invalidates the purpose of the original, which is fine. I have no issues with that. Exactly, it's an Ocarina situation. Although, I know some people who insist that the original is superior for various reasons in the N64 version. But, you know. I don't know, Federation Builder. Wait till you hear my take on Section 31. It's obviously there's going to be an R Section 31, right? Nothing up here. Oh, okay. One thing up here. Aw, I was watching the one up. Well, yeah, like for speedrunning or for glitching, sure, the original, absolutely. It's the same reason why the speedrunning community has basically abandoned Mario 64 on the DS, and yet continues to play Mario 64 on the N64 to this very day. It goes back to what I was talking about earlier when it came to the 3 drinks, which I'm just going to start calling that, because it's a great analogy. If you really care about, you know, having a drink that gives you caffeine, it doesn't matter that if in most other metrics, you know, the soda or the tea or whatever is superior, because you want caffeine. And speedrunners want broken mechanics so they can break the games. So, there you go. I tend to value games that don't have broken mechanics. Alright, I'm ready, Ross. Is it because they're terrible and have no taste in games? I knew it! They're literally Hitler! Oh. Okay, we're okay. Oh man, they'll never do that deep fry, but I hope so too. That's never happening, but man, that'd be awesome. Oh yeah, the Zora swimming. I'll give you that. I will take all of the other quality of life features, like being able to warp between points, the owl statues working as save stations, the different songs, the notebook in the game. Like, there's a lot of quality of life features in the 3DS version. I'll take that over the swimming, you know? Round 2. You played Yoshi's Island, right? Oh, the Bomber's Journal is so great. Booyaka. I have heard that some people don't like what they did with the bosses. I don't really have an opinion on that in any direction. I will say I will never play the N64 version again. So, I might play the 3DS version again, though, someday. Boop.
Mario #1!
I knew it, Seth. You secretly just hate me and everything about me. Oh, God, the gyro aiming. Okay, you know how we've talked about deal breakers, how there's one thing that can just completely ruin an experience for you? Well, there's also, like, the opposite of it, like the deal makers or whatever, right? Gyro aiming is kind of a deal maker for me, for Ocarina and for Majora's. Being able to aim properly, I'm not actually exaggerating, was a game changer for me. It completely changed a feature of the game that I always hated and tried to minimize or avoid completely into something I would do all the time because all of a sudden aiming was smooth and intuitive. So, that was a deal maker for me. Save. So now we got Roy. I don't think either game will beat Yoshi's Island. If any of the news are going to beat Yoshi's Island, it's going to be you. The Switch one. Having said that, I have said on camera before that I think New Super Mario Bros. U is the best 2D Mario out there. The other one in contention being Yoshi's Island. Oh, that's a huge we'll see. You will notice, by the way, they're already getting kind of fun and inventive with a lot of these level designs. And between the improved controls, the greater camera being zoomed out, and the tighter collision and design, this is basically New Super Mario Brothers, but better. And yeah, who knows what's going to go on with Wonder? No idea on that one. Okay, gotta be honest. Music's doing it for me more than I thought it would be. I've forgotten how many of these songs are on my personal playlists. I recognize a lot of these. Look, Krenzler, they looked hungry, and I was debating, you know, maybe... Really, game? I'm not gonna go for that. We're not 100%ing. I've already done it. Oh, totally. Federation Builder. Totally. I knew it, Ross! I knew it! Jacques Hughes! Sorry. Oh, I need to write down some thoughts before I forget them. I mean, 3D Land, I was a little middling on 3D Land. It still scored well, but it didn't hold up as well as I thought it would. 3D World held up exactly as well as I thought it would. Like, 3D World was legit. I love that game. It is still the second highest scoring Mario game we've covered so far. And these are giants in the 100+ range, you know? Like, how many Mario games do we have that are over 100? Let's see, so we've got... World, Yoshi's Island, Galaxy 1, Galaxy 2, 3D World. I think that's it, but that's still 5 games that are over 100. Which, and I hate to re-emphasize this, that's crazy. 100+ is very good. I mean, Odyssey is gonna be 100+. Guaranteed. Yeah, that's a good point. We have multiple games over the 200 marker, which is even more crazy. There's a reason that phrase, inches amongst giants, exists. Yeah, there are several Mega Man games that are way up there, but not to that extent. Which admittedly makes me a little bit sad, but I can't really deny it. That's just how it is. Thank you for your service. It's strange how that works, Playcheval. It's almost like some of the people who invented modern gaming and literally invented the concept of the modern platformer actually know what they're freaking doing every now and again. Occasionally. Now and again. They also made Lost Levels, so, you know. In fact, I believe we have 2 net negative and 1 0 game in the main lines. And honestly, isn't that just Nintendo in one sentence? They try stuff constantly. It's one of the things I like about them, is they try stuff. And that means they fail, and they succeed. weirdest thing about the wall run, or the wall jump in this, is you have to wait until you start doing the slide animation before you can wall jump, which, for a Super Metroid player like me, just throws the hell out of me every time it happens. So if you ever see me fail to jump off a wall, that's why. It's because I hit the button too early.
Oh no!
You little snot.
Oh ho ho! Let's go! Oh no!
That was very cute.
Oh ho ho! Let's go!
It is funny that one of the only Mario games we've ever had with a decent focus on story is also the second most recent one. I don't know what Wonder's story is, and I don't want to know. We'll get there pretty soon, I would say. We've only got 2 games in front of it. Oh, yeah, sure, Federation Builder. So, here's the biggest thing that's going to make everybody hate my version of Section 31. You ready for this, Federation Builder? They're not evil. Mario Rabbids... So, we've actually streamed Mario Rabbids last time. It scored pretty well. It has a couple of very irritating features. Oh, there's the rub, Lechuel. But I'm pretty sure it will score pretty well when we get there. Now, Mario Rabbids 2, no idea. You would not believe how many people I know who insist that Section 31 are evil Starfleet. That's almost always the shorthand used, too, that they are the evil Starfleet people. No! Okay. Oh, I hate the Rabbids. Jesus Christ. I hate the Rabbids. Doesn't change the fact that it's a great game. Yeah, my biggest complaint, the biggest complaint I have by far about Mario Rabbids 1 is that you have to always have Mario in your party, and you have to always have at least one Rabbid in your party. Always. No avoiding it. And I hate that. Not just because of the fact that I don't give a crap about the Rabbids, but because it's a tactical squad-based game where you can only bring some of your squad members. So rather than constantly trying out new configurations or playing around with them, I'm always forced to bring Mario and one of the stupid Rabbids. So I ended up kind of just locking into frickin' Luigi because he has a sniper rifle, instead of playing around with Peach or with Yoshi. Yoshi, as a reminder, has a goddamned chain gun. That's what I was gonna write down. Let's go. Yeah, Ira Steven Bear had this hard-on for trying to make makes Section 31 evil, and the Federation evil, and everything evil. It's a really, really, really common thing I've noticed. In real life, in fiction, in Hollywood. So if... kidding, Noctis. If I opened up the option right now for Federation Builder, who is familiar with the extant a little bit, to write for the extant, there is a non-zero chance that he would try to usurp or subvert or find one of the rules of the setting and immediately change it. Like, that's just kind of a very, very normal approach for writers. And that, I think, is what really Ira Steven Bear fell into. Yes, Ryman, unfortunately, this game is console locked. So, Ira Steven Bear was like, alright, what can I do? And they're like, alright, well, the Federation are the good guys. And he was like, oh yeah? And that's pretty much DS9. Now, thankfully, one person does not run a show. And even though he was the mainliner, he was actually pulled back and reined in quite a bit by quite a few other people, including his actors and his writers and his directors, all of whom disagreed with him at various points over the course of the series. Jesus Christ. Because if Ira Steven Bear had his way, ignoring the obvious stupidity, yeah, you know those YouTube videos which are like, oh my god, the Federation are secretly fascists? Yeah, no, he probably would have gone full tilt into that exact concept. This is interesting. Okay. Let me think about that. Well, plus, I'm not sure how they would get outside the galaxy to begin with, Federation Brothers. That problem with it, too. When I first opened up for people to write for the Extant, one of the first things everybody did was try to come up with something and then immediately try to twist it around as something it wasn't. You know, it's the rule-breaking thing. It's very normal, like I said. It's a form of contrarianism that's innate to most humans in general, just because of our psychology. So, you know, I had one person desperately trying to make a drug addict thing. I had one person trying to establish that the absolute truth does not exist, despite being one of the fundamental underpinnings of the entire setting. Hello. I had one person trying to do a story about a medical drama which couldn't be solved with the level of medical tech and magic that they have in that setting. And they also insisted that it happened several centuries into the future, which was even crazier, and so forth and so on. Yeah. So, you get the point. Ira Steven Bear just did what most writers do. He was like, oh, hey. I can do anything except for blah, right? Okay, so I'm going to do a story about blah. I also have a feeling, this is just a vibe, no proof. I have a feeling that he really didn't like working on TNG. And so he was trying really hard to, like, push against that. Which is also a very common thing. That's pretty much just straight up pendulum effect right there. Damn it! Well, at least I didn't get hit. Hey. Yeah, what if Superman was evil? You get it. Moore worked on 2 Voyager episodes. Can you name both of them? Ross.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
You're fine, Mr. Red. No, they're definitely longer, Rex. More meaty, though. Like, I would actually say the levels are more dense than they were in the last game, which is funny. But I've noticed a lot of their handheld games are deliberately shorter, which makes sense, right? Threshold! No, it's not Threshold. It's not Threshold. I actually don't remember the names of either episode, but I remember both episodes. Exactly. And there are 2. So, thoughts on the dark mechanic. Doing dark mechanics in a platformer is really, really tricky. Credit to them for doing that properly, because if you're going to have darkness as a mechanic, it needs to be part of the stage. You don't just make the stage dark, that's just irritating. Or it makes the player go slow, which is irritating. Yeah, Mario Odyssey experiment. You don't just, like... Or Galaxy 1 or Galaxy 2, those 3. So, yeah, exactly. You don't just make the stage dark. That's just Doom 3. No, what you have to do is you have to use the darkness as part of the mechanic. You have to add some kind of lighting which indicates where you're going and what you're doing. And you have to play with that darkness. You have to make areas which are hidden, but, like, indicated. Otherwise, you're just going to encourage the player to run around in every dark space on the entire map, which is not good design. The Super Metroid scanning every inch of every level problem. Probably, Rex. Probably. You give up yet, by the way, Ross? Ross has lost to us. He will ne'er again see the light of day. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Moore is the person who invented Klingons, for all intents and purposes. Faces is a good guess, but no. Barge of the Dead is one of them, yes. Barge of the Dead was actually written for Worf and then repurposed by Moore for B'Elanna. Go figure. It's a good episode. I mean, Moore's a good writer, so that's not really what I would call surprising. He has his own issues, but, you know. What's the other? Do you give up? Thank you, Noctis. Ah! Why did you say that, Noctis? Why did you say that name? I think it's called Drone? No, that's not right. It's the one where there's a couple of ex-drones who find Seven. I believe it's season 5. It's 5 or 6, one of the two. God damn it, Mario. Come on, do the thing. And they still have, like, something of a connection to each other. Like a pseudo-collective. Okay, Mario, I really need you to do this here. No, not collective. 7 wasn't around by the time of collective. There you go. Good boy. See, Noctis? Had to balance it out by doing terrible. Now I can be good again. Is that Survival Instinct? I usually forget the name of the episode, which is why I'm not even trying to remember it. That's a lot of coins. I'm gonna go for that. Hope you like coins for the next game, by the way. 1 second to stretch my finger, and he's like, alright, shoot a fireball at him. He's stretching. Yeah, no, there's been pretty good hint system throughout the whole thing so far. I've been paying attention. In the previous game, there was a whole lot of good luck finding. In fact, I actually gave the game a negative for it because of how walkthrough-y a lot of the secret areas were. Here, there's a whole lot more of what I call guidance and flow. The Metroid thing, where there's an indicator just based on the level terrain that says there's probably something right here. And lo and behold, there was. I tend to value that kind of thing a lot. So in short, yeah, I agree absolutely. Plus to guidance and flow. We missed a coin. That's fine, whatever. We're not trying 100%. We're not 100%. I'm gonna laugh if we have to go back and farm coins to unlock stuff, though, because that was one of my issues with 3D Land. Roy 1. Bring it. Notice while recovering and transitioning between phases, he doesn't have a hurt box. This is also in contrast to the previous game. Well, that would have killed me.
Mario number one! Woohoo!
No, I'm a Luigi number one. Do I have to? You know what? No, I don't have to.
Let's go.
Stay dead, Toad. Stay dead forever! He was, Ross, although there's a lot of asterisks attached to that. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, I only get one shot. No, okay, whatever. I should show that off at some point. I'll do that after we finish World 2. That poor Koopa. I release you from the torment that is this life. Anyways, I never really finished my sentence, sorry. So, if you're wondering why it's contentious that Section 31 is not evil, an inordinate quantity of people seem to think that Section 31 is evil. I've actually gotten into arguments with people over that over the years, and I myself mentioned that during the rumination on the Section 31 episodes of DS9. And a lot of people in chat are like, yeah, no, you're just an evil fascist. And I'm like, okay. And by chat, I mean YouTube comments. So everyone, I'm not only literally Hitler, but I'm pure evil. Either way, that's why that's a big contentious thing is, game. There you go. I can't wait to have to rely on that mechanic for later stages, let me tell you what. Wait until we get to the Skyland. Speaking of... Oh, okay. Hey, Magister. Didn't work that time.
Oh, let's go.
That's cool. Yeah, the Romulans are so evil, they've got multiple organizations being evil. They're just that good at being evil. Ambered it. Could have pulled that if it worked.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we're going to push that up to a triple control negative. Just like Galaxy 2. And for the exact same reason. That's the best part. No, hang on. I've got an idea, PP Good Fate. Listen to me. Bear with me. What if every episode is a threat of the week that could destroy the entire galaxy, but somehow we never heard of them before and we will never hear of them again?
Oh, let's go.
And the crew somehow defeat them by the skin of their teeth. Every episode. Pick up the goddamn... Oh my god. Game. There we go. Oh yeah, way more technobabble. I will admit most of Voyager's broad strokes are already pretty well written. But I'm pretty sure I will literally never write an episode about a threat of the week. If it looks like it's a threat of the week, it means they're going to come back later. Which by definition, is not a threat of the week. Couldn't do a worse job than how things have been going, Triaxia.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Well, that's not a threat at that point, Lord Harriman, but I get your point, and I agree with you. I guess that is a threat. See, one of the thought processes I had, you remember that one episode, which is a terrible, terrible episode? I'm not going to tell you the episode. It's an episode of TNG. It's in Season 2. And these aliens show up, and they're like, we're going to threaten you. We're going to blow up your ship if you don't do what we say. And they're a nothing burger. They are non-threatening. Right? So, that's not really what I would call a threat, because they're not a threat. At that point, that becomes more of a dilemma episode. Okay, how do we satisfy these people without, you know, just blowing them up? How do we deal with these antagonistic aliens when we just so effortlessly have the ability to wipe them off the face of existence? I find that more engaging than, we're gonna blow you up. Oh god, they're gonna blow us up. What do we do? There's a threat blowing up thing that's blowing up our threat. What do we do? And that's more my style. Jesus Christ, that is disorienting to platform on, let me tell you what. I mean, wouldn't that make sense, Ross?
Oh no.
It's the first death that surprised me.
Oh. Let's go.
I mean, we could do that, Federation Builder, but the only way we could do that is if the threat of the week was something that could be removed from the board, like, immediately. Which sort of removes it from being a threat of the week. It's not really a threat of the week if you could just, you know, deal with it, and then it's done forever. I'm just clarifying my overall position, Lord Harriman. I'm not trying to get into semantics. I get your point. I'm pretty sure we're on the same page there. Come on, there we go. Fine. Please? Please. I hate this stupid game. That's not true. I love this stupid game, but I hate this stupid controls. That's true. The psychic dumb weapon in Gambit would arguably be a threat of the week. Pay attention to the stage for just a second, because I'm wrestling with bad controls while trying to do this stage. While I'm being shot at. And why my controls are not working. Go! There we go. It's the third time I tried to make that happen. It's like, no. No, we're good. I'm not making that blind jump without my controls working correctly, so we're just gonna sit here. Just gonna wait. Everything's fine. That shouldn't have happened. I mean, the controls alone would do it, Ryman. We're already into triple negative for the controls, and yeah. Alright, so threat of the week, where there's a design shot on the other ship, and that's... I could see that, yeah. And that would narratively be a threat episode.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
You know, the threat is the other ship is going to fail or explode, or you know, lose life support, or kill a bunch of people, or whatever. All of those things would qualify as threats, so I'm with it.
Let's go.
That's true. Booby Trap was also a thread of the week. I didn't even think about that one. Could you, Good talk. Good talk. You done screwed up, boy. Oh, no, you don't. There's no escape. Yeah, I've noticed. So Mario on the DS actually had this feature, but I bet you never even noticed, where the camera would zoom out more when appropriate. It was a manually crafted camera based on scenes, right? This game has that too, but it's much more noticeable, I feel. Remember how I mentioned one of my theories for why I was having so many issues with 3 on the Advance was specifically because how zoomed in the camera was? This is like the opposite vibe of that in this game.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I could see that, Federation Builder, although I don't know if I'd do that with the Think Tank. I'd have to think about that. That's true, Blade Travol. The Gem Hadar, for all intents and purposes, were a threat of the week. They just came back. I mean, Borg were the same way. Cardassians were the same way. I'll save you. Maybe.
Let's go.
It's a star. Thanks. Yeah, speaking of which, we actually have items in this one. I haven't really been showing that off properly. So that feature from Mario 3, and to my knowledge, that's the last time they used that. Oh no, that's not true. Mario 3 and Yoshi's Island. That's where that was. Excuse me. Of course. Do I have to rescue the toads? I'm curious why you think that would remove all tension, Federation Builder, if you don't mind clarifying. Clarifinating. How am I supposed to get that? And it's okay. Am I the only one who loves how that lava looks? Just me? Okay. one of the things we decided pretty early on is that the Universal Translator can work, but it kind of needs the information in advance, right? So, you know, if I wanted to talk to someone who speaks German, we know a lot about German and how to translate English to German and vice versa. So that Universal Translator would work just fine. If I encounter a brand new race that I've never seen before, there's an extremely good chance I'm gonna have no idea what they're saying, and vice versa. Sure hope they actually have a linguist on board at that point. The good news is there's plenty of ways to communicate that don't involve language. Agreed, Super Banjo. There's a reason it's my second least favorite control of the big ones. Yeah, like math, or sound, or motions, or actions. There's all kinds of ways to communicate to someone that does not involve using words. Yeah, NES controller is at the very bottom. Guess it's the middle. So yeah, no. In other words, Neelix is going to be a little bit more useful, just for the purposes of being able to communicate in Voyager, among other things. Now, there is going to be a point at which they gain access to a fairly large linguistic database in the form of the Conclave, and that's going to be seen as a bit of a sea change in their ability to interact with the species of the Delta Quadrant. And then they're going to go past that point. And then things are going to get worse. Yes, he can also cook well. Although, I'll be completely honest, I've debated if he's ever going to actually cook in our Voyager. I know that sounds strange, but one of the things I've been deliberately avoiding in the rewrites, in general, is to try and avoid leaning into memes. These aren't intended to be jokes or parodies like most, fan dubs or restructurings or rewrites are, so I've been trying to just avoid memes entirely. So, Neelix being a bad cook might not even make presence. That's the same reason why Kane didn't go, "Stay a while and listen," in our Diablo. Just completely ignored that. Hi, Evo. Now, I have an extremely important question for you, Evo. I'm not actually joking at all, because I value your opinion on this matter, and you've already given me your opinion on the previous game. I want to know how better, worse, or in between you think this game's backdrops and visuals are compared to the previous one. In the face! I deserve that. Take your time, Evo, but I would love for your input on this, because you were invaluable last time. Will we be seeing Tuvix in the rewrite? No. For pretty much the exact same reason I just mentioned. Tuvix is a meme. Also, I would have to essentially make up crap for Tuvix to even exist on our Voyager, and I have no real reason to do that. So it's something I don't want, and I can't do it innately.
Wait!
Yeah, that'll stop him. Yeah, that's another thing. Tuvix serves no real purpose. Snowland. World 6. 3. And it's Lemmy again, by the way. Lemmy's another of my favorites to play as in Mario Kart 8. I like all the Koopalings, really. forgot how much I like the overworld themes in this one.
Let's go.
Oh god, PV Good Fate. That's an interesting idea. I'll admit I haven't decided what I'm doing with Wesley at all. For pretty much the same reason that we've already been talking about. Wesley's a bit of a meme character. And so, one of the things that was posited was just to eject him entirely. One of the other things that was posited would be to go ahead and have him killed in the very first episode, because haha, screw Wesley. The mere fact that that was seriously suggested kind of makes my point, really. I love how we knock off their sunglasses, by the way. I've lost my cool factor. Let's see, how do we make Janeway irredeemably evil without having her murder Tuvix? Let's see. Delete the wife. It's the most sinisterly evil that they've ever allowed her to be. Equinox, no, Equinox, no, I mean in a good episode, Federation. Worth it! Strand her to crew in the Delta Quadrant. No, a good episode.
Let's go.
Yeah, like I said, I legitimately haven't thought about Wesley yet. He's kind of a low priority, no pun intended, and he's a meme character. No, I did not, Ross. For the same reason that Moore didn't, actually. Did you know that Moore quit the show over Equinox? Now, if you can guess why, I'll tell you. I guess it would be more accurate to say that he quit Star Trek over that, because, you know, he was planning to do full-time Voyager and Enterprise stuff, and he bowed the hell out.
Mario time.
That makes sense, Federation Builder. No, everybody says that, Ross, but that was never something that occurred to me. I'm sorry, Evo. I destroy your throat. Destroy. I'm feeling great. I did my niece a hug earlier. Thought how proud of her I was. Got to hang out with my sister briefly. Got to finish New Super Mario Brothers, and actually 100%ed it, by the way, off camera during my lunch break. So that's done. I have now 100%ed every mainline Mario game, except for Wonder, which I haven't played, and 2, which is next. So that's a little bucket list thing done there. So yeah, no, I'm doing great, and that makes me feel guilty. I am sorry. Please don't kill me, Evo. No, Evo. Put down the knife. Evo, no, you can't steal my throat. It won't make your throat feel any better. Oh, you just want my throat to hurt too? Oh, God. Spiteful. Stabs are the worst. Oh, God. You little dick. You're dead now. Probably not, Rex. That's just grind, and that does not sound like fun to me. I like 100%ing stuff that's fun to 100%. As the saying goes. Kind of, Ross. So, let me go ahead and list my problems with Equinox, because they're the same as his problems. There are 3. Problem number 1, part 1. Problem number 2, part 2. And problem number 3, it's never brought up again. So, part 1 is trying to, like, set up this stage, which is not really intended to go anywhere, and create, what's his freaking name? Ransom, as this, you know, this big, I am evil, and I did what I had to do. And this is actually a stated goal by the writers, but this is just me making this up. They really wanted Ransom to come across as an evil captain. That was the goal with him. Part 2, the goal was to make Janeway evil and Ransom good. They wanted this thing to happen. I think they failed at both of these goals, because they used way too much shortcut storytelling and didn't really earn any of it. My opinion. The premise of Equinox is interesting, with one huge gaping flaw, and I would have actually been completely fine with the premise of Equinox if not for the huge gaping flaw. And then, of course, it doesn't matter past the credits, and that sucks, so I don't have anything to add to that, really. But that is actually why Ross quit the show. Why Ross quit Star Trek. And by Ross, I mean Moore. Sorry, not Ross. He had a lengthy, barely civil argument. He's talked about this in interviews. About how the events of Equinox Part 2 needed to matter past Equinox Part 2. And he was essentially shouted down on the point. And he said it was doing a disservice to the show, to the creators, to the cast, and most importantly of all, to the audience, to pretend that after you're doing this big arc of trying to make Janeway evil, which he was okay with, it's worth noting, to just hit the reset button at the end. Actually, yes, Ross. Unironically, yes. Whoa, jeez. Yeah, I know, right? Weird kind of a trade-off there, but here we are. No! Okay, there we go. Squiggity. Squiggity, squiggity. I've talked about the concept before. Voyager was very much done with yo-yo continuity in mind. And deliberately. Like the goal being to, you know, have there be that kind of, you can tune in at any time to watch any episode and you don't miss out on anything concept. So far, the first one was, Melkor. This one's proving better, and I think the next one's gonna rock it, honestly. But then again, I really liked the next one. Oh, wow. So, let me ask you two specific questions, Evo. These backgrounds in relation to the previous backgrounds, and these backgrounds in relation to Mario 3. It was 40-something, Spartan, I want to say. So,
Mario time.
Explain, Federation Builder? So let me explain yo-yo continuity. You always start at the same place. Every episode, every comic starts at the same place. The example of this is Batman, Joker, Gotham. So you always start up here. The episode can do whatever it wants to, or the individual comic can do whatever it wants to. It can go out, it can do tricks, it can do whirl-the-world, or loop-loop, or all the other stupid tricks that you can do with yo-yoing. But at the end of the trick, it always defaults back up to here, and so the next episode starts right at the exact same spot. So each episode functionally exists within a vacuum. Yeah, Simpsons is a good example of this too. Now, there are exceptions here and there. I wish I came up with the term. I didn't invent the term yo-yo continuity, by the way. Memeing aside, do I think Janeway is evil? Frankly, no, but that's because I think Janeway has to be enough of a character to be evil. And I don't think she is. Damn it. That is really hard to do. So, TOS was very much written from Yo-Yo continuity. And, TNG drifts in and out, depending on who's in charge at which point in time. I know everyone thinks of DS9 as the continuity show, but no, DS9 and TNG both kind of used the same general approach. Both had very strong background continuity. You know, characters, events that happened would usually be referenced in the future. If anything happened that's a setting changer, that would be relevant in the future. But most individual episodes don't really matter to the previous episode or the next episode.
It's a go time.
And then, very true, Ross. And then Voyager is doing whatever the hell it wants to. Enterprise. See, this is a funny one, because you're probably thinking, Enterprise only had continuity in Season 3 and 4. No. Enterprise had continuity in Season 1. It was almost entirely background continuity, but it was there and it was consistent. The executives, not Rick Berman, but the executives at Paramount, hated it. They said it's too much continuity. Quit it. So Season 2 of Enterprise has an absence, like a vacuous hole of continuity. It's probably the single worst season of all of Star Trek for continuity.
Go time.
Season 3 is a weird one, because you probably think, oh, well, Season 3 is when they started doing continuity. No. Again, Season 3 was done with the same general mentality of Deep Space Nine and TNG. They were big, arc kind of related stuff, and they had a central plot which only mattered for, like, God, I want to say, like, 5 overall episodes. Like, it showed up a lot less than you'd think. Mostly right at the beginning of Season 3 and right at the end. The middle of Season 3 was a whole lot of just, you know, episode of the week stuff. Season 4 of Enterprise is when they finally leaned into continuity, heavy style. Things that happened in the previous episode will be referenced in the next episode, and they had multi-episode arcs going throughout the season. So it only took the entirety of Modern Trek to finally land on something that really worked, continuity-wise. Go figure. TOS legitimately had more continuity than Enterprise Season 2, and I say that with total sincerity. I could see that Federation Builder, the example you just mentioned, with the experimental aliens. I mean, if you're going to hit the reset button, I agree with the idea of making it matter, you know? In fact, I can actually think of a canon example of that. Year of Hell. Probably one of the only examples of the reset button I actually enjoy in Star Trek. Because it was a fully in-universe reset button, and it made perfect sense, and it was honestly the perfect culmination of that arc. So, Evo asked, why did they hate continuity? Oh, I'm sorry, you were expecting an actual answer. Quantum. Yeah, continuity has cooties. You get to die for that, boy. You're all dead. Legitimately, I have no idea, Evo. Back in the day... So, okay. Oh yeah, this is a much better game than the previous one. Back in the day... Protenuity. Back in the day, an absence of continuity was considered beneficial because of the literal real-life mechanism of how people watch TV. that, of all the issues I've heard about continuity, that makes sense, because most people didn't have a TV. Not everybody had the availability at the same time of day for television. There wasn't really a standardization of this episode goes live at this point in time, on this specific date. Like, all that stuff wasn't even established till, like, the late 70s or early 80s. So, back in the day, when television was really getting started, continuity was actively a bad thing. Because lots and lots of people would jump in pretty much randomly because they lacked the physical ability to watch an episode again. I mean, even reruns were kind of different back in the day. So, that's why it used to be an anti-continuity thing. Why people used to be against that. Now, why did people continue being against that? Well, there are some theories and some ideas about that, but I'll tell you my biggest theory right now, and that is artifact design. I think that a lot of the people who were, who grew up and who got their careers started in the 60s and 70s were now in their 40s and 50s and in charge of television networks.
What?
I've heard the continuity limits creativity argument, and I spit on it. Patooey. Gotta say it really casual, like Patooey. Alright, Lemmy.
Time.
Bring it. Also, I never responded to you, Federation, but the fact that Season 2 of Enterprise is so absent on a replay is funny. I'm running a friend of mine through Star Trek. I've mentioned that a few times. And I feel like when we get to Enterprise, I'm probably not going to have that friend watch a single episode of Enterprise Season 2. What I will do, and this is such a great method, and I love that it's happened. I don't even remember how it came to being. It was just kind of a thing that happened. Is... it's not bad, it's just completely irrelevant. Oh, is Carbon Creek Season 2? My bad. We might watch Carbon Creek. That might be worth watching. We have to see a Vulcan love story, after all, and I'm sure they'll love that. Anyways, so... the idea is, like, we'll essentially fast forward through an episode while I summarize it. And I know that sounds disinteresting, but actually, that's been working out really well. Like, the idea of just kind of being like, yeah, this isn't worth sitting down and wasting 40 minutes on, so here's what's happening, and here's what's happening, and here's what's happening, and here's what's happening, and here's what's happening. Okay, episode over. And weirdly enough, that's been great. I kind of wish I'd invented that earlier. Or they'd invented it. Whoever came up with that. No, Shuttlepod 1 is Season 1. I remember that because it's weird how one of the best episodes of Enterprise is so early on. Pick up the damn thing! Oh my god. Are they really Melko Blade? Oh, jeez. Oh, that's not a good sign. Yeah, Shuttlepod 1 is definitely a bottle episode. Spoilers, it will not be in our end. It'll actually be a bit of a culmination episode. I hope it'll work out well for people. Oh, imagine doing this with 4 people, all competing for space. Because if you hit someone, you collide with them. Just picture it. Just picture it. Yes, I consider that part of Season 3, J. Palmer, so it didn't even occur to me to mention that one. I did, Evo. It looks really good. I really like it. I especially like the biggest thing I was questioning, which is what you did with the shading. So now, all I would ask of you is a finalized version of the TNG uniform, and I think that's everything. Because I think we could just use the TNG uniform for TNG DS9 and Voyager. Hi, Lemmy. Okay. Be a little cautious here. No reason. Actually, we haven't designed a Mako armor yet. You threw together a very rough draft of the TNG uniform. I would like a more formalized, finalized version of it. No, Ross, and I have seen them. As part of designing our own uniforms for... wouldn't jump. As part of designing our own uniforms, I've been researching all the uniforms. Fun fact, you're probably thinking to yourself, hey, Lore, why is it that every single episode, or excuse me, every single series, and in some cases multiple times within a series, they keep redoing the uniforms? Can you guess the answer to that before I tell you? Makos will absolutely continue to exist throughout Trek. This whole thing again. Jesus. Who needs save states? So, it is a new costume designer, but it's also politics. The summary is that each new costume designer has wanted to put their take on the uniforms to prove that, you know, they're better than the previous uniforms. They've been pretty open about this too. It's like, oh, I can do that. I can do better than that. God damn it. It's really frustrating having controls that don't work right. I don't know if I could probably explain that to you. Like, literally, they just don't work right. There's nothing else for that. I go to throw something and nothing happens. I go to pick up something and just nothing happens. And then I try to pick up something and then something happens. Cool. They do not work left, either. Exactly, Kira White Noise. They did it to, like, it's essentially the same reason. Have you ever noticed that a lot of designers, like programming designers and internet interface designers, will constantly change around the interface just to, you know, change around the interface and not actually do anything? There we go. Knew you were there somewhere. So yeah, same concept. So no, I'm totally cool with having one uniform across one era. Switching between Enterprise and TOS makes sense because that's a gap of like, what, 80 years? Switching between TOS and the movies makes sense because that's a gap of like 5 years. Movies and TNG, that's a gap of like 7 decades. But then we're probably just going to stick with that. I have no idea, Federation Builder, with regards to Locarno. Or Paris, for that matter. Either way, he's definitely going to go to life in prison for no good reason. But it's okay, because if we ever need something from him, we'll offer him parole as a carrot. And thank you, Jurin, Grayman. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. So, I'm sure that in real life, there'd probably be like 50 different uniforms for everybody, but I don't want to destroy Evo's hand that much. And I also don't really Like, I put a value in some standardization. Breath of Fire. Hitman 3. I have no mouth. Having said that, we do have one kind of standardized thing, which is going to be true in all of the eras. Now, I forget the specifics because I have this all written down. But we're going to have 2 different types of rank insignia for enlisted and unenlisted. So that's the first thing. And second of all, the collar will be colored differently if they are on officer track or if they are not. So, or command track, excuse me, not officer track, command track. So you could have a lieutenant commander who has a colored collar and a lieutenant who has a black collar. The lieutenant actually, in a command situation, would then actually be able to give orders to the lieutenant commander because they're command track. Makes sense? It's also going to be right there on the collar, and it's going to be a quick, immediate, you see it kind of a deal, so you can immediately know who the command staff are. And it also gives us a visual storytelling tool to play with.
Mexico.
Yep, I'm hitting it, game. I'm hitting it. I'm hitting it. I did, Jurin. Breath of Fire, Hitman 3, and I have no mouth. And it just suddenly worked randomly. I do not understand. I'm really glad I'm not trying 100% with these terrible controls, because I would probably be livid if I was.
Oh no!
So that's the main difference we're doing with the uniforms. There is going to be, like, Evo's been doing some great designs for the uniforms. So there's going to be, like I said, there's going to be the Enterprise uniform, which is honestly my favorite of the ones she's done so far. Then we're going to drift into TOS, which is a little more stylized, a little more spacey, as TOS enters its own little particular era of history in universe. Then we'll move over to the Movieverse ones. Maybe, I'm actually still not 100% on that. But the Movieverse is kind of a bridge in between the TOS and the TNG ones, which will be from TNG till the end. Friendship points lost, Evo. God, that's squiggity. Ah! Okay. What, the DS9 ones? Yeah, they're okay, J. Palmer. That's right, I should be taking drinks. After every stage, which I haven't been doing. You're fine, Mr. Ed. I know I'm boring and dumb and stupid and worthless. I understand. That's a good example of guidance and flow right there, by the way. The all-white TNG uniforms are gone! We're done!
Oh no!
Will command test be administered between Lieutenant and Lieutenant Commander? No.
Mexico!
Command test will be administered in the Starfleet Academy before you actually become an ensign. Like I said, you're either on the command track or you're not. Hey, Wolfman! Oh, God! Hi. I'm in a good mood. I hope y'all are doing alright. I need to eradicate disease so that Evo can feel better. But once that's done... What, you think I wouldn't eradicate all diseases just to help one person? You don't know me very well. Ice levels, yeah! Feel the burn. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, that's actually bad. That's bad, and that's why. Up! No! No! Okay, okay, okay. I can recover, maybe. There we go. Okay. Up. Up! Kill! Get power up? And there's no save states! So I'm just, okay. Here's a bunch of coins. I don't care! Where's the frickin' flagpole? Ugh!
This way.
Jesus. Good, Blade Ball. You know what? Yeah, that's clip worthy. I agree. That was some bull friggin' crap. I'll take it. But yeah, no, so the idea of Federation Builder is that you can technically enter the command career track at any point in time, but until you do so, you are not considered command material, right? This does mean, hypothetically, you could be a captain and not actually be on the command track. This is what Janeway will be, for example. We've actually already talked about this concept. There will be multiple types of captains, like a science captain or a freighter captain or whatever. They obviously don't have the same weight behind them as someone who is a command line captain. Does that make sense? But the idea is that while you're in Starfleet, while you're going through the academy and learning, that's when you will be approached and talked to and been like, hey, do you want to be command line? And that's why we're going to have that quick visual shorthand with the collar color to indicate if they're command or not. Yeah, exactly, Federation Builder. Staff captain versus line captain. Pretty good comparison. So I should go pick up that hover ability, but I'm not going to, because the controls of this game hate me. So we're just going to go without. Get a couple coins, you know, have a laugh. Well, the main difference depends on the situation, Jay Palmer. Whoa! Well, no, it would be the other way, Ross. But let me use a direct example. Because I actually have a direct example for you. Picard and Sisko. So let's say that Picard and Sisko in direct contention. I should mention this is something we plan to do in Deep Space Nine. Sisko is a Commodore, which is higher rank than a captain. But Picard is a fleet captain, which is a step above a line captain. Make sense? So, in matters of, like, the station or bureaucracy or civil interactions, Sisko actually outranks Picard. When it comes to military interactions or maneuvers or fleet stuff, Picard outranks Sisko. Make sense? Fleet captain would be effectively right below admiral, yes. Although, there's an idea we've been tossing around to make there be a difference between different types of admirals, rather than just having admirals. Because Starfleet has this really weird problem where there's like 15 people who are all admirals, and every single one of them is in a completely different branch of government, and every single one of them has different responsibilities and different command tracks, and it's just like, but they're all admirals because that's just what you call it, is admiral, right? We'll see. Still debating that. Kirk in RTOS will be
Mario time.
probably a line captain, because I think we had it all lined up. I gotta try to remember. It was...
Yeah.
So Archer is a political appointee, which is, so he's a captain in name only. Kirk is a line captain. Picard is a fleet captain. Sisko is a Commodore. Janeway is a science captain. And I believe that's the lineup right there.
What?
Go.
Field captain. Or staff captain, technically. So So I feel like I already answered Federation Builder's question, but the whole point of the Commodore is like the civilian role. It's pseudo-retirement. This is admittedly an idea I'm taking from TOS, but an idea I really liked in TOS, where all the Commodores were the stations or the planet-side stuff, and it was seen as the place where, you know, the fleet personnel would go to retire. Now, in our Trek, I'm going to add a couple layers of nuance to that because it's me. But the idea is going to be that it's not actually, pretty much for us, it's not actually, in reality land, a shameful thing to be a Commodore. But there's going to be some inherent built-in biases in the fleet that if you are a Commodore, you've been put out to pasture. Now, for the most part, this won't matter until we get to Sisko. Sisko will be the one who is put into exile on Deep Space Nine as a Commodore. And then he is going to be fighting against that his entire character arc. And he's going to be proving, like, you know, the inadequacy of that, or the inaccuracy of that particular bias. There's actually a specific arc. I don't want to get into too many details, but I like the idea of there being a point at which Sisko reaches the point where he can call rank on Picard, even though he doesn't actually have the authority to do so. And Picard actually listens to him simply because he respects him enough that he has earned that level of respect to be listened to. But that's pretty far down the line, relatively speaking. Probably late Dominion War.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, so you see, Evo, the reason why...
Yeah.
Any questions?
It's a good time.
Someone asked earlier if Voyager's going to be involved in the Dominion War. Maybe? But if they do, it'll only be because of time travel. So, directly, no. Oh yeah, by the way, best benefit of the penguin suit? How many of you even knew this? You are immune to ice physics. Probably not for us. The actual shows did absolutely nothing with that, other than 2 scenes. Ever. 2 scenes in 2 shows. Not really extensive. But, we'll see. Well, think about Sisko at the beginning of Deep Space Nine, and it probably makes a little bit more sense from that perspective. Because that's exactly where Sisko is at. He was being put out to pasture. We don't really know this at the time, admittedly, but he was effectively in exile because he was the one trying to prepare against the Borg, and everybody else was being like, no, we're good. We're done with the Borg. Get out of here. Go. And they sent him off to this Doom station, which has no support, no backing, no local fleet, no nothing. In fact, I actually plan to have this scene, probably not early on, but probably later, which will have, you know, someone mentioned that Sisko was offered the original Commodore ship as a kindness. Isn't that what I just said, Wenlock? I don't think Wenlock's like, Wenlock, talk to me! Oh god. Oh god. Wenlock, don't blow up on me. No! We lost Wenlock. Pulaski will be a Commodore. Commodore Pulaski will not only be involved in Season 2... What was that? I did, Evo. I think. Foreground, better. Background, not animated, but still better. One thing I appreciate is that World 1 feels like grass. World 2 levels feel like sand, and World 3 levels feel like ice. Even 3 Castle, which we're going through right now, is still, you know, icy, and I'm in favor of that. Now we gotta do this without the penguin suit, by the way, so this is gonna be even harder than what we were just doing. Ugh, and now we gotta do it small, so that's even harder. It's okay, Wenlock, I know nobody actually listens to me. So, Commodore Pulaski will not just show up in TNG Season 2, but will be a recurring character throughout. she's going to be one of the faces of Starfleet back home. Because she's probably going to be stationed on Earth. And unlike some people, I'm not afraid to move the camera periodically. Also, I'm not limited by budgets and sets like actual TV producers are. Remind me who Admiral Layton is, and I will answer your question. Oh, that's a great time for rewrite questions. Not because I always like talking about the rewrite, but because this game is really fun, and so I'm in a really good mood. It's a good time to do that. I'm just shooting pot. Ah, Homefront guy. No idea. Way too small of a detail and way too far in advance. I don't know if Homefront's happening. I don't know why it's happening. I don't know how it's happening. I don't know if it's happening. I know nothing about Homefront. Admiral Ross will probably exist. I'm not sure how connected he will be to Section 31, but he probably will be. Yeah, we're already doing prep work. We're already in pre-production of the R-Trek. I am absolutely committed to finishing RFF before we do anything else. I will admit I'm not sure what's happening after RFF. The reason why is because every future project other than Warcraft has at least one technical issue or glitch that still has to be solved. That hasn't been solved yet, put simply. So our wars, we could do our wars. If we do, we'll probably do it the same way we did RFF, aka audio drama. You know, radio thing. Our Trek, we haven't really solved the visual presentation problem of our Trek yet. So, I don't really know how to show our Trek yet. And that's the glitch in that. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's definitely no ice. Bob! Bob, get in here! Why? Why did you put spikes everywhere? You know that's my thing, right? Stab. Evo, we need to have a chat. So, that's the glitch of our Trek. I want to do our Trek episodically, which is different from the approach we're using and everything else. Almost everything else is kind of a summation. You know, Diablo 1, 2, and 3 being done in one movie. Final Fantasy 1 being done in one movie, right? But I kind of want our Trek to be, you know, episode by episode. And that's problematic when you don't really have a good way to visually present it yet. I think we're dead? Oh, no, hang on. They might come back. You came back for... Oh, wait. Shoot. Okay, hang on. Okay, we're good. Hi! Listen, Evo. You're amazing. Shut up. Be amazing. Accept your amazingness, or be destroyed. I care not which. Now, Bob. Oh, God, that was a mistake. But I made it anyways. Oh, my God. It was just for a fire flower. Whatever, I'll take it. It was worth it. Really? Sure. Boss time. Alright, Lemmy, what you got? You got nothing. Oh, crap. You have Kanik. Okay, you got something. You also got a magic wand, which I guess you've just stolen from the kingdoms again? Like, you like how the wands... Oh, my God. Just sort of became their thing. After, you know, Mario 3, where they were supposed to have stolen their wands from the kingdoms. Oh, Jesus. Hi. You know what would make me in even a better mood, even? I mean, that would make sense if we got the generalship thing going on. Oh god, hang on. It's Nemesis trying to get me killed, as is his wont. It would be for you to feel better, Evo. Ugh. Alright, we get... Oh, what? Okay, sure. Accept that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. No! Oh my god! Die! Feel better, Evo. Thank you, Nemesis, for the sub. Always appreciate. That's a good question, Blade2Vol. At least RFF3. At least. Bare minimum. That's how I usually think of project development cycles and deadlines. There's the minimum, and then there's the hopeful. That's kind of your range. You can probably guess what the hopeful is. BRPG Block, Starfield, and Empire of Sin. Thank you, Nemesis. But yeah, RFF3 is bare minimum. I'm not coming back from the Medium Dark until RFF3 is scripted. Period. So, yes, Federation Builder, sorry. I kind of got distracted. Wendy for the Waterland, of course.
What?
Oh no, this game's mean. This is much harder than the previous game. That's why I'm doing so much better at it. What? I like, yeah, so since I don't even know if Wesley is going to be in the games at all, or, like, in what manner, using him as a Wesley surrogate and getting him into Starfleet is a good idea. See, Blade2Vol gets it. Come here and be a platform, boy. Your purpose in life is to service me. Oh, sorry, I was talking like a CEO there for a second. How did you... Okay. I'm not going to question that. I'm not even going for that. Alright, so... the biggest thing I don't like about that idea of Federation Builder is there's kind of this built-in thing in Star Trek where, like, everybody wants to join Starfleet because Starfleet is super awesome, amazing. And it's a little grating at times. It's especially bad in early TNG where it's like, ah, everybody wants to be a part of Starfleet because Starfleet is the greatest thing ever. Having said that, I mean, I'd join Starfleet. Oh, I just noticed the background's layered, too, Evo. Oh, yes, I will, of course, be casting myself as Gates McFadden's secret hidden lover. Naturally, per my usual, she will actually be married. But, you know, I'll be the one banging her on the side. I think it works with Nog, too. Although that's kind of specifically because of what was going on with Rom more than anything else. The thing is, here's the deal with Nog. There's a really high chance that the Ferengi are going to be founding members of the Federation. At least some Ferengi. Obviously not, like, every Ferengi. But, like, that there will be Ferengi who are founding members of the Federation. And that changes the dynamic there a little bit, you know? Dynamic? I don't know why I said that so weird. The dynamic a little bit there. What, come here! This game is just playing with me. We're not even in the hard stages yet, by the way. We're still in World 3. Wait until you see where this frickin' game goes. Holy crap. Money will absolutely exist in the Federation, because I have a brain. And I also know how to write economics. I know I just proved that I don't have a brain, just now, but trust me, there's a brain in there somewhere. Troy will be part of the diplomatic corps, which... This is getting into legalities, but technically means she's not actually a part of Starfleet. It means she's part of the diplomatic corps. She is a member of the Federation. I think I can make that happen. Nope. Okay, let it go, let it go, let it go. I have not. J. Palmer, I'm aware of it, but I have not seen it. Yeah, Earth, Beta Z, Vulcan, Andoria, Tellar, and Ferenginar. Although, again, probably not all of the Ferengi, because the Ferengi are nowhere near a unified race as of our Ent.
Oh yeah, Mario time. Yeah.
Oh, and Quark will be almost entirely the same character, with very few, like, little changes along the way. Mostly just sense make stuff, right? You remember that late episode where he's like, I'm greedy and evil, even though this is like a season 6 episode? Yeah, that we're gonna smooth over.
What?
No, I don't like that Federation Builder, but for two big reasons. First, it assumes that all of the Ferengi are one political power, which I've already mentioned they're not. But second, it feels like it invalidates a lot of the point of them being one of the founding members of the Federation. Brunt. FCA. 86, I think, right now? Experiment? Something like that. Oh, Jesus. Big Bertha's back! You can't get away from Bertha.
Oh
See?
no.
Having said that, what do we do with Nog? See, this is one of the reasons why I don't like to decide later things until we decide earlier things. So, what do we do with Nog? See, let me talk you through this, because this is kind of how my storytelling brain works. Okay, what do we do with Nog? Well, in order to determine Nog's story arc, we have to determine Rom's story arc. Okay, well, what do we do with Rom? Well, that's a good question. What's the status of Rom relative to the various Ferengi powers, of which there's a bare minimum of 2? Well, in order to determine that, we have to determine what is the status of those powers as of DS9. And then we hit a wall, because I can't decide that. And that's why, in some cases, I could say, oh, we'll do such and such. In others, it's, I have no idea. Let's go right first.
Let's go.
Which side is Quark on? I like the idea that Quark didn't agree with either the long terms or the short terms. I'll come up with better terms for that at some point. Like, I like the idea that Quark is just kind of sick of the conflict between those two factions. But then again, maybe that conflict doesn't exist anymore, because Quark comes from a time that's like 200 years after those factions were kind of doing their thing, you know? So who knows? Once again, can't really decide that. Why do the crabs have one claw? Worth it. See, I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that each level feels like it's in its world. One of the biggest things I didn't like about 3D Land and 3D World is both of them, each level might as well have existed in a vacuum. Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2 did the same thing. So there's no visual continuity. There's no feeling like you're there, which is something I valued so much in 3. Super Mario Bros. 3. So I would say that this is the first game since 3 that... that's not true. The first game since Yoshi's Island that really makes me feel like I'm actually here. And as part of this particular world. And I like that a lot. It really adds to my enjoyment, hence plus to story. As far as the specifics... I do think it's very basic, but I think at least part of that is because of the fact that they have the camera zoomed out so much that they didn't bother to really do any detailing on anything. Like look at how relatively small Zek is in our Ent, Ross. Look at a relatively small Mario as compared to the entire rest of the screen, and you sort of see what I'm talking about here. So I can see why they didn't bother with more details on a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
So,
Mario time.
the brickwork is decent, but I think the visual continuity is where it's really shining. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I could see that happening, Wenlock. I don't know, we've got like 200 years of history to work with between our Ent and DS9, so we've got tons of room for the Ferengi to change and move and shift in all kinds of directions, none of which are mutually exclusive. I do kind of like the idea of merchant princes, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, so, spoilers. Zek is in our Enterprise, I already mentioned that. But the way he gets introduced is he's currently trying to pull a bit of a scheme. He has this wild idea. He's going to go to a brand new sector which hasn't really been attached to the intergalactic community yet, and he's going to say, hey, I'm so sorry. I accidentally caused your ship harm and damage. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. Listen. Maybe I can make it up to you, okay? I'm gonna give you a bunch of this latinum. And they're gonna be like, what the hell is latinum? Oh, don't worry, it's a currency. We don't use this currency. No problem. No problem. Listen, I've got this place nearby. It's a station. They'll be able to refill your stocks. And they happen to take latinum. Okay. And you're probably thinking, what's the point of all this? But the idea is that by virtue of essentially introducing them to the concept of trade and currency, and pretty much flat out giving them currency to start, he is allowing them to get involved in that particular mercantile cycle. Then assuming that this is going to allow them to trade with them on a more regular basis, which is going to open up a market.
Oh yeah. Mario time.
Because you're a requester, Evo. Yeah, exactly, Ross. So, kind of sliding at that point the coalition of planets, because it's not actually the Federation yet, sliding the coalition of planets into the intergalactic economy and allowing for them to start trading on a regular basis, opening up new markets, and of course Zek will be right at the forefront of that. He's a very hands-on kind of guy. And Ferengi live nice, long lives, so here we are.
Time.
All right, Wendy, what you got? That's a mechanic. Oh my god, okay. That's a good way to tutorialize it, too. You notice the camera zoomed out before we got crushed? Because that's what would happen if we just stayed there. Yep. And yet, like, these bricks, for example, Evo, they're not really that detailed or well-designed or anything. But I do like the ruins vibe they give to the place. And we've got, like, the little candlelight in the background and all that fun stuff. I guess what I'm saying is I agree with you completely, which is not surprising. Because we agree on everything except for coffee, of course. Everyone, Evo secretly likes coffee. There it is. See, I picture Zek as someone who would be smart enough to devalue and debase his own currency when it would be valuable and necessary to do so, and to recognize that he should only do that as a last resort in emergency situations. More Sweden, or no, sorry, Switzerland, and less Argentina, if you're familiar with it. I'm sorry, Evo. I really am. I've had to do the same thing if you're familiar with it. Run! Is that a thing? Looks like a thing. That is not a thing. Okay. Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Shouldn't have gone for it. See you around, J. Palmer. Enjoy the sleeps. Or else.
it's a good time.
That's actually not a bad idea. I already mentioned the idea that the Ferengi Alliance doesn't actually exist as of our end. Pick up the damn thing! So, it's entirely possible that Zek is just, like you say, is making his own company. That kind of starts the first domino of making the Central Ferengi government. Of course I am, Ross, I think. I have no plans for Thanksgiving. If I am told there are plans, I might end up making an appearance for family stuff, but I haven't heard anything about Thanksgiving or Christmas or anything like that, so. Assume I'm streaming unless I say otherwise. Perfect time to play D&D. Aw, something there. Listen, we need to have Yankee traders, but look. I don't know why. Oh my god. Okay, so it looks like I need to wait for that second layer. Oh, jeez, I'm gonna have to do this whole thing again. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Blade Javal?
It's a good time.
Thank you, Croatia. Always appreciate. You know the question, and if you don't, then I've been not doing my job lately. If you want to hear the most contentious opinion I'm going to have for our Warcraft, it's that there will probably not be a Horde versus Alliance. Ever? Yeah, probably not. I mean, there'll be a lot of lingering social and cultural biases that's pretty much unavoidable. The HVA is probably going away entirely. I mean, if we're being blunt, the Alliance as it exists as of WoW shouldn't. For those of you not aware of this, the Alliance didn't exist as a polity, as an organization, as of the end of Warcraft 3, so the fact that it exists in WoW was just kind of done in order to make sure that there would be a second faction.
It's a good time.
Like, really think about the state of the Eastern Kingdoms as of the end of Frozen Throne for a second. Really think about it. You've got the humans... Oh, wait, no, you don't. The humans are bare survivors of survivors at that point. Lordaeron is smashed. The Southern Kingdoms are gone. Ironforge has already been besieged, but otherwise that's kind of it. So you got the dwarves, who are kind of doing their own thing. The gnomes weren't even in Warcraft 3, but they're there. And that's kind of it. That's pretty much the list. Yeah, there really should be no alliance as of the end of Warcraft 3. And then they just like, oh yeah, there's the alliance. And it's like, what? Yeah, there's Theramore. That's valid. No, come on! I was getting out of the way. Yeah, there's Theramore, which is a multi-alliance group of people. And then there's the survivors of the Eastern Kingdoms. one of the biggest question marks for me is what I'm going to do with Stormwind. Because if you're paying attention to the lore, there's a whole lot of WoW was bullcrapped into existence, narratively speaking, in order to allow the Alliance to exist. Like, a lot of the story threads of Vanilla don't make sense because they kind of had to hand-wave the Alliance into existing so they'd have a second faction. So, for example, Stormwind was rebuilt, okay, and that pretty much made the entire Defias arc happen because they're like, how the hell did Stormwind get rebuilt? How did they pay for it? Who actually did the building? And there you go, there's your Defias arc. So, like, even before I could decide, is there an alliance in, as of WoW's time, I have to decide, is there a Stormwind? And frankly, my automatic answer is no. This, wait for the first one, wait for the second one. I mean, I sort of always assumed the way they were going was that Theramore would join the Horde, and that's how people who wanted to play humans and dwarves and gnomes would play on the Horde side. Like, that's sort of what I assumed they were going for originally. I don't know why they decided not to do that. I mean, I know part of the reason they did that. Because they insisted on there being this balance between the two factions. Not in terms of stats. The Alliance was hilariously overpowered back in Vanilla in terms of stats. No, I mean, also in terms of quests, by the way. No, I mean in terms of races. And they wanted the Horde races to be the ugly races and the Alliance races to be the good races. And that pretty much is the answer to every single question I've just brought up. I have no such limitations, so all of that is getting tossed out the window.
Help me!
No.
What? What?
Don't mistake me. There's a reason for PvP factions to exist, and there's a reason for PvP to exist. No, listen, hear me out, Lord Hermot. A story arc about reclaiming the ruins of Stormwind, and then a story arc about rebuilding it. Yes, I realize I just stole that from Final Fantasy XIV, and no, I don't care. I know, Von Falkenstein. It's wild, isn't it? Alright, so, I need to jot down some thoughts, because there's some really good stages here. Yeah, the Horde... The Alliance was so much better, like, objectively, than the Horde was in Vanilla, because of racials and whatnot. I know, right, Blateville? But Horde population numbers have pretty much always completely stomped Alliance population numbers. That's still true today, by the way. But that was really, really true in Vanilla. Like, they had to start messing with things in order to try and accommodate that. I liked the Orc racial too. I preferred the Troll racial though. So, think about PvP, Lord Hermot, and then think about gnomes. Gnomes were stupid in PvP. I know what you're thinking. Well, I don't care about PvP. I care about PvE. Okay, humans. That extra rep gain was considered a huge deal in a time when rep gain and rep grinding was long and slow and boring. Yeah, you remember having a 1-minute breath timer? I do. Also, Evo, I think you know my answer, though. Also, yeah, also Dwarf Priest, which were considered mandatory for several raid fights back when I was raiding in Vanilla, because I started off as Alliance. And you're probably thinking, Lore, why would you start off as Alliance? Because my friends played Alliance. I wanted to play Horde. I've told that story. Alright, see you around, Federation Builder. Have a good one. While I'm looking up something, let me tell you all a story, because several people have asked me, Lore, you always say that your opinions change over time and your thoughts change over time. Have you ever wondered if you're wrong about about vanilla? And the answer is always yes. I always worry that maybe, just maybe, I'm exaggerating how bad vanilla is. And then last year, I think it was last year, for the Lorecraft series, I went back to WoW Vanilla to capture some footage for Lorecraft. And it's a really strange feeling when, no, actually, I've been underestimating how bad vanilla was. It's so much worse than I remembered. Oh, man. I'm glad people enjoy Classic. I am. Okay, so we've got... Scooch this up here. Okay, so... I have done all of them, Bragman. I've done Vanilla Sunken Temple. One of the only dungeons me and my friends have ever come up with that might actually qualify as a triple negative dungeon. Yeah, sure thing, Valerian. Christ. Yeah, Vanilla Sunken Temple. Oh, man. Remember, the original Vanilla Sunken Temple had no map at all. Several dungeons had 0 maps back in Vanilla. So... Dead Mines, although we always call it Van Cleef. I know what you're thinking. Why would you call it Van Cleef? Well, relatively early on, they patched in a dungeon. I think it was like 2 major patches in. They patched in a vanilla dungeon, which is intended to be helpful towards endgame progression. It's called Dire Maul. So if someone said DM, what they meant was Dire Maul. So to help smooth that over, we started calling Dead Mines Van Cleef, or VC. Because Dead Mines kind of took priority on that one. And by Dead Mines, I mean Dire Maul. Dang it. DM took priority because, Dire Maul was very, very regularly run. Oh yeah, how many of you remember having just an entire bag filled with keys? And then they added the key ring, and I was like, oh my god, thank you. It was also why some people would consider having a rogue in the group mandatory, because rogues could just bypass with keys, because they're rogues. Well, I still don't know how I'm doing it, Lord Aramon, because, as with every project, I can't tell you the state of the world in WoW, because I don't know the state of the world in Warcraft 3, you know what I mean? Or 2, or 1. Yes, I had a bag filled with geese. They were going, kee, kee. Wait, that would be bats at that point. Oh my god, I had a bag filled with keys. Oh man, I also remember when repair costs depended on the material of the armor you were repairing. Do you remember that? So if you were a plate wearer, you just had an extra tax for no other reason than the fact that you were a plate wearer. I made a paladin in vanilla. Oh, and also a mage and a warrior, but still. I initially made a paladin, might be a better way to phrase that. I was dirt poor. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, no, when I got to 60 and I was trying to get my 1,000 gold together, that didn't happen. ever. I actually never got 1,000 gold in vanilla. That didn't happen until BC. It's funny you say that, Lord Haramond, because actually, yeah. No joke. That free mount at 40 was a big deal. In what, Blade Cheval? I'm sorry.
What?
So, I hate to ask you to clarify, Blade Cheval, but do you mean WoW Classic or do you mean WoW Retail? No, Evo, absolutely not. In fact, most classes didn't even have class quests back in the vanilla. There were a few. Wait, really, PB Good Fate? Damn. Oh well, that's still a bunch of stuff. So WoW Classic, yeah, if you want to tank, you play a warrior. There really is no other choice. You can tank as some other classes and specs, but no, if you're a tank, you're a warrior, period, the end. In retail,
It's about time.
that's a much trickier question. Aw, see you around, Evo. Whoa. Die, monsters. We're actually oh my god, there's like undead rats. So the reason that's a much harder question in retail is there's a lot of tanks classes that are viable, but the best tank class is Demon Hunter, which I would never recommend you start with, for the same reason I don't recommend you start with Final Fantasy VI. Demon Hunter is, and I stand by this statement, one of the best designed classes in the game. It may not be the funnest or best, that's more personal, but in terms of just design, Demon Hunters are extremely tightly designed. They're the Chrono Trigger of tanks, okay? So I don't recommend starting with that. For pretty much the same reason, I generally wouldn't recommend starting with a Death Knight or a Monk either. So that limits you to Paladin, Druid, and Warrior. Now all of those are, viable and all of those are fun. Is that? Okay. All of those are viable, all of those are fun. It just kind of depends on your playstyle. I will say, yes, I absolutely love tanking in WoW. I am currently playing a warrior tank, and it is exactly as fun as I remember it being. Warrior tanks are really about mobility and avoiding damage completely. Paladin tanks are really about having tons and tons of AoE damage at all times, and also tons and tons of cooldowns. Paladins really live and breathe on the ability to have a lot of buttons they could hit and just kind of cycle through to make sure that they take less damage of various types. Druid tanks are all about having a gigantic pool of health, and they have various abilities that allow them to burn rage, their resource, into healing or into just taking less damage for a period of time. So, do you want to be a sponge? If that's a druid. Do you want to have a lot of cooldowns? That's a paladin. Or do you want to just not take damage? That's a warrior. All three are good.
This way.
Now, you asked me a question. Someone comes to me and says, all right, you have to make the judgment call for them. Which one would I recommend as a first tank? Probably paladin. Because ignoring the obvious fact that paladin is really good in all situations, there's also the fact that paladin can also heal and also DPS, which I know a druid can as well, but druid's a little different. Druid has its own thing going on. I generally wouldn't recommend druid as a first class in any spec.
time.
Don't mistake me, druids are awesome, but they're not what I would call a first-class material. Not kind of fun balancing. It kind of depends. Classes are race locked, but there's every single patch those restrictions are lifted a little bit more. I'm not sure why, don't ask me. The best first class to play in WoW, without question, is a hunter. That's been true for a long time, and that continues to be true to this very day. What racing could be paladin? Draenei, human, dwarf, not counting allied races. So Draenei, human, dwarf on the Alliance, and Tauren, blood elf. I think that's it on the Horde. Now, later on, there's something called allied races, which are mostly cosmetic variances, but allied races also unlock new class potential, because you could play a Zandalari paladin, or you could play something else in the Alliance that does paladin. I forget what. Lightsworn, that's it. AKA Paladin 2. I don't actually know if High Mountains can play Paladin. I'm not sure about that. This is an interesting situation. Evokers I have no knowledge of, because I've been deliberately saving that for the review. Do you mind clarifying that statement, Lord Hermont? I'm gonna pull up a map. Evoker, my friend Pax has absolutely been loving Evoker. The fact that Evoker is our first no-really support spec is awesome. I've been arguing for years that MMOs, the big two especially, FF14 and and WoW, need to allow for a full support spec. And they keep being like, no, balance! And it's like, no, make a support spec. Oh, gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense, Lord Hermon. I was about to say, you walk up to me, this water is dry. As it has no flavor. Oh. Yeah, no, it's full support, and it works best in a group, and I cannot wait to play it. I have a map of this place. I do. Hey. Map get. Okay, so I need that, which means I need that. Ooh, which means I need that. I just did that, though. Oh, okay. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, exactly, Blade Traval. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the upcoming limited job is exactly that. It's like, but support! Support's cool! Please? Please? Okay, so I need to get in there. Okay, so let's actually exit the course. Let's exit the course. What's a good solo class in WoW? Yes.
It's a go time.
Although I already gave you the best answer for that. Hunter. One of the usual stated reasons that I've seen developers use for why they don't go into support classes is because it's too hard to make them anything other than mandatory. The problem with that is something that I've been slowly developing a theory of as time goes on. And it boils down to the idea that I think MMO developers need to stop caring so much about balance. Yeah, exactly, Legiball. That's true in Guild Wars 2 as well. Which, by the way, is a game that has full support specs, and they work just fine. Go figure. Anyways, sorry, I don't mean to sound like a broken record. It's just, I really do think both FF14 and WoW are both hurting themselves by focusing so much on balance at the detriment of other aspects of design.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
My opinion. I could be wrong. It's entirely possible that if they walked away from balance as such a high priority, that the game's population would go down and people would like the games less.
Let's go!
Damn it, Kira White Noise, and also Von Falkenstein. What is this? Oh god! Wait, no, it's a friendly Lakitu. You will live when I take over this world. The mushroom world, alright, don't worry, I won't take over the real world. That would be crazy.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Probably a Wenlock. Exactly, Kira White Noise. But you're absolutely right, Wenlock. Like, part of the problem is that WoW Classic, WoW Vanilla, had substantially less class balance. And as a result, there were several instances where certain people would just, or certain specs, would just not get picked for raids because they're just not as good. I mean, you've heard the joke, right? How shamans always 100% of the time would get a raid slot back in Vanilla. Why? Because they have bloodlust. Same thing with Shadow Priests. Shadow Priests were considered mandatory simply because of the fact that they added mana regen. Hell, in several cases, Druids would get slots because they had a combat res. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lord Erebon. Now that's more in BC era, actually, not Vanilla. Sorry, I tend to conflate the two a little bit. That's my fault. But in BC, Shadow Priests were considered mandatory. It's actually funny. I wanted to heal on my priest, and they're like, "No, we'd rather have your mana regen." Okay. Yep, we were mana batterers. That was our purpose in life. Oh yeah, you also need at least one paladin, and they need to be spec'd Blessing of Kings, or else get the hell out of our raid. Because Blessing of Kings was a talent.
It's a good time!
We actually had to have a completely unique strategy for the Asgalor fight in Mount Hyjal. in order to accommodate the fact that we had to have Shadow Priest in our raid. For those of you who don't understand, Asgalor has several ranged mechanics based on how far you are from him. And Shadow Priest's Mind Flay, back in the day, was shorter range than all the other spells. So Shadow Priests were always closer. So we had to adapt to that. I will never stop making fun of you for that, Brago. I just want you to know that. In a lighthearted, not actually mean kind of a way, but still. Stuck with, like, the worst class. I mean, nowadays everything's fun, but I still think Brigand would have enjoyed it back when they made leveling a lot faster and smoother if she had played something else. I will actually go ahead and flat out admit the first time I ever really enjoyed Rogue was Legion. Especially Outlaw. That freaking sword was awesome. And completely changed your rotation. Wrath. Kira White Noise. The class I have the least amount of experience in WoW. A tough one. Let me think about that. I mean, Evoker's the easy answer, but that's because I've never played it at all. I figured you meant amongst the classes I've actually played. Just all of them. This is fun. Oh, too early. Whatever. You didn't see that. Jesus, Wendy. It's true, I suck at Warrior. See, the problem is, I've, like, not only played, but, like, had a lot of experience in playing a lot of the classes over the years. That's why I'm just kind of, like, stalling here for a minute. I guess by definition it would be either Rogue or Warlock. I only really mained a Warlock in Wrath and in, Pandaria. I only really mained a Rogue in Vanilla, BC, and Legion. And that's it. So, one of those two. I mean, Legion was the perfect time to play every class, and I will never stop pointing that out. You never really saw Shaman because that's when you quit WoW, Vax. That was during Cataclysm. I was pretty much Shaman main during Holocata. That was my Goblin. Ironically, Wenlock, you'd think that would be a negative, but no. It's actually kind of a positive. Because the reality of it is having unique content per thing, per class, or per spec, or per background, is a good thing, in my opinion. Dragon Age Origins. Having the different origins and their own unique stories, and the occasional times that comes up, that's good. It adds flavor, it adds replay value, it makes you feel like your choices actually freaking matter, it adds to the vibe and tone of what you're playing. Bowser Jr.? Yeah, Tor is another great example of this. So, the fact that they added the class stuff in Legion was so good. Like, I cannot underestimate, I cannot undervalue how much of a sea change that was for me in playing WoW.
What? What?
Like we were talking earlier about deal breakers, that was a deal maker.
Time.
You can ask Pax. He and I leveled everything to max, every single class, just so we could experience that stuff, and it was awesome. Ooh, that's a good mix. First airship level. Ooh. And I sucked at everything. Still there. Ugh. Bowser Jr. is in fact Bowser's child. No, I don't know who the mother is. Nobody does. I don't think the developers at Nintendo know who Bowser Jr.'s mother is. I don't think they care. Yeah, and then we played Demon Hunter in BFA, Demon Hunter in Shadowlands, and Demon Hunter in Dragonflight. And that's it. Although Pax has been playing Evoker and he keeps telling me it's awesome. I think he's lying to me, but... Oh, so he's like a Hut Noctis? That makes sense. I mean, we know that there are female Koopas. That's true in the RPGs, and of course we have Wendy in the mainline games. Yeah. One of my favorite tidbits for that Lord Harrowmont is that the Goblin warrior trainer is a target dummy. Just a target dummy. Okay. No.
Mario's number one! Woohoo! Huh?
Damn it, Kamek.
Whoa!
I mean, considering so much of the WoW design team changed hands towards the end of Legion and into BFA, that doesn't surprise me in Raid 36. So, welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. There's Iggy.
What?
This is officially when the game started punching us in the teeth when we were playing this back in the day. write down some thoughts really quick here. The Titan Forged, Lord Hermon, and their various things. Pretty much Pillars of Stone. There it is. Okay, sorry about that. I suppose I should update the HUD since I've been doing a lot of typing. Where the hell is the HUD right now? God. There you are. What are you doing over here? So let's see. Story pluses, we're up to 3. Gameplay negatives, we're up to 5. And gameplay positives, we're up to 35. There you go. That's up to date. Okay.
Tickle.
Jungle World. Population. I mean, I only gave Galaxy 2 3 negatives for that. I'm only going to give this 3 negatives for what is effectively the exact same thing. This is a little creepy, not gonna lie. Good morning, Dark. Right.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah, gotcha, Blitchville. Yeah, no, so far,
Oh,
I'm actually pretty impressed.
tickle.
Oh, yeah, I need to write down overall design, too, while I'm here. Weird little thing I actually like about this game. A lot of blocks will only give coins, unless you're small. In which case, there's like a safety net mechanism built in there to give you a power-up, but only if you need it. Just an extra little way to help you out, which, let's be honest, you're probably going to need, because this game is a little teeth-punching, as I've mentioned before. There's actually a lot of safety net mechanisms for a game this hard, which is funny. But I'm with that. You know, at this point, I might actually beat Mario Wonder before PAX does. I'm sorry, that vaguely amuses me because he's had it since it came out, because I bought it for him. And, I haven't touched it yet. Get out of my way, please. Nope. Oh, and we're dead. Cool. I accept.
Oh. Let's go.
Ignore the vines in the background. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Although I keep forgetting that New 2 exists. We still gotta go through that. New 2 is gonna be a weird one, because it'll probably review well, but it's probably one of the most forgettable of the news. It's like they sat down there like, hey, you know what? People like getting coins, right? And then they made a game that's just kind of new again. You know what I mean? And then added coins, just coins. It's a little gimmicky, and I remember enjoying it, but like, it gets old kind of fast. Okay, I'm just gonna finish the level if that's okay with you. But you can get 500 more coins. No, I'm good, thanks. Okay. I'm not even sure what happened there. Or rather, I know exactly what happened there, but I'm not sure why it happened.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's do the exact same sequence again. Deja vu, as they say.
Oh. Let's go.
I should show that off at some point. Just occurred to me. After I finish this stage, remind me to show off something. Everyone chat. We're not paying attention anymore. Oh, okay. That's the second time it refused to grab the vine. Huh. Well, okay. Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, see? Nothing there because we're already big. I mean, mystery gift codes are love and life, so I don't blame you on that, Darkrai. Also, I'm surprised they still exist. There we mean, Dragapults are cool. Cannot argue. I like Dragapults.
I did it!
Although Dragapults kinda suck at the same time. Just because how long it takes them to get to, you know, being themselves. So, like, if you just play Pokemon Shield
Oh yeah, Mario time!
and don't actually do the 2 DLCs, you probably have a Dragapult ready to go. By about the point you're at the final boss. It's the Tyranitar problem all over again. Or, there's a dragon type that does that back in, I want to say Gen 4? Same problem. I wanted to show this off. It's actually a mechanic. We need to review this, which I, you know, duh. So you can spend coins to see how to get infinite 1-ups. Let's do it. Show me. Show me! No, you're absolutely right, Paul, just now. Okay, so that's not what I would call infinite 1-ups, but whatever. There's another infinite 1-ups in 2.5. Sure, let's see that. Oh yeah, you have a group ground pound, which hits the entire screen. Which is really cool if you pull it off. Kind of co-op only though, so not really helpful to me. Luigi really is a team player, isn't he? I think Salamence was one of the other ones I was thinking of. There's also this vulture that takes a while to level, too. I forget what that is. Anyways, that's what these are. You spend coins, you get tricks. It shows you secret goals and places to get 1-ups and cool stuff like this. What do you think? Oh god, no, it was Hydreigon. That was it. Or Hydreigon, or I was supposed to say it. That's the one I was thinking of. Hydreigon is terrible.
Let's go!
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I've never gotten into dragon types. They're generally not worth it. Dragonair's cool looking, but that's like all it's got going for it. Altaria is really good. in more recent generations, there's a lot more dragon types that I actually like, but back in the day, nah. I guess I have to go this way. Oh god, is this it? Is this the stage? There's one specific stage that Gary and I were stuck on for a very long time. Pretty much because of the co-op. Okay, I don't think this is it. But as usual, the purple is instant death. Because Mario just cannot deal with Kool-Aid, so, you know. That's a good question, Bladetool. I don't know. Oh, the Apple Dragons. Does anybody actually like the Apple Dragons? Stupid question. I know a lot of people do. But, man... I am not one of those people. See, I think that's my problem, Blizzno. So I have this really gigantic stick up my ass, right? So I like cool Pokemon, and I like powerful Pokemon, and I like cute Pokemon, but I don't like funny Pokemon. So joke Pokemon usually just bounce off of me a little bit. I get told that every day. You kidding me? Try this. I really need to be using every stage as an opportunity to rehydrate. I keep forgetting to. Is Mimikyu supposed to be funny? I always thought Mimikyu was adorable. Like, it's a cute little ghost Pokemon with, like, a broken doll on top of it. Suppose it could be both. That's a valid statement.
Let's go.
I can't remember the name of it. There's one that's like Dunsparce or Dunsparce or something like that. And that one's no. It is Dunsparce. I knew it was some kind of repetition. Oh my god. 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 Okay. Okay. I'm okay. Everything's okay. Oh god. Yeah, Dunsparce is stupid. But then again, Dunsparce is stupid. I spit upon it. But too easy. Nobody loves Dunsparce. Nobody! It's your chance, chat. You could be the one person who's cool and says that you like Dunsparce. Right alongside that IPOM or, what else? The painting Pokemon, whose name I can't think of right now. Klefki.
Oh. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Pokemon that I can only call... Okay. Pathetic Pokemon.
Oh no.
Like that one. And some pathetic Pokemon can work, and some don't. Like Magikarp was designed to be a pathetic Pokemon, but then also, you know, hey, you know, Gyarados. And Zubat was designed to be pathetic, but it's super cute. And, of course, it turns into Crobat.
Oh.
I'm trying to think, because there's several pathetic Pokemon, which I don't have a better word for. Smeargle, yeah, that's the one. Just gonna wait this time. Ditto. I mean, let's be honest. Ditto is just there to have sex. That's Ditto's job.
Oh. Oh. Let's go.
I mean, don't mistake me. The pathetic Pokemon can work, because it's Pokemon. That's sort of the nature of the franchise. But, you know...
Oh no.
That's true! They invented sex just for Ditto. They were like, Ditto, you're pathetic. Let's fix this. Bam.
Let's go.
And lo, it were so. These frickin' bats. Like, their angles are perfect. Just screw with me. That's true. Like, for example, they decided to try and make Dunsparce less pathetic by giving him Dunsparce. It didn't work. Nothing would work.
Oh no.
Damn bats.
Oh.
How about Sunkern? How's that for a pathetic Pokemon? And then there's Pokemon which are just designed to be lower tier, like Beedrill. I still like Beedrill, despite the fact that it's kind of objectively not a great Pokemon. Just because I think it's cool. But, let's be honest, Beedrill is just not that great of a Pokemon.
Oh yeah. Mario time.
I admit I don't know much about the Megas, because they only really did the Mega stuff once. Thanks for that. Thanks for destroying that mechanism and never bringing it back. Appreciate you. Alright, Iggy, what you got?
It's a good time.
Fair enough, Lord Aramon. I cannot argue with that. Iggy? Iggy? You know Bob has a problem, right? You shouldn't encourage him. Look, his family is concerned about him. We're concerned about him. Oh my god. Ugh. Ah! I don't remember Megas being in Sun and Moon, but I'll believe you on that. Hiccup! God damn it! Yeah, I like the regional variance concept. It's something I've said many times they need to lean more into. I've said this before, and I will say this many times again. They have too many Pokemon now, and that is a problem. All the shinies I've ever caught. Yep. 1. Ever. It was on camera, even. Rockatoon, I want to say? Or Roggenrola, something like that. God damn it. I don't know the name of the damn thing. Well, sort of. What actually happened was we were going to use it for my next Pokemon game. And that didn't happen for various reasons. So I still have that on my 3DS. It's kind of chilling there. I think I'm going to go for that. Because you probably don't know this about me, but I like to do something I call the Gym Challenge, where I like to pick a theme, usually designed around a type, and then, you know, stick with that kind of type throughout a game. It's fun. I like it. But we were going to do rock type next, because Roggenrola, right? That's a good point, Darkrai. But yeah, that is the only shiny I have ever caught, and again, it was on camera. It was during the run through Omega Ruby, I want to say. Meanwhile, Ryokami has caught like 20 things, because she cheats! See? What are you doing? Why do you have... Why are you the plant guy, Iggy? Are you a mad scientist? I'm just wondering. There are precious few exceptions to that for me, Wolfman Hulk, so yeah, I'm with you. Oh my god, that makes so much sense, Blackfile. No!
What? What?
I admittedly haven't played Arceus or Violet yet, so yeah, that's... We'll see. I'm gonna take a brief break. We'll push through a little bit more here. Although I do need to jot down, what was that, 5 Tower? That was 5 Tower. I'll be right back. But yeah, like, something that bonkers me a little bit. This game right here is literally one of the best-selling games of all time. And it is one of the highest-selling Mario games of all time. And yet it's Wii locked. This game is only available on the Wii. Can someone do me a favor, just because I'm curious? Hit Amazon right now, see what a used copy of this costs. This is the stage. This is the freaking stage that Gary and I got stuck on for hours. Okay, I'm slightly exaggerating. Very slightly. So the idea is, this is such a cool mechanic, too. The way we ended up getting through the stage, by the way, is one of us did the stage while the other one watched, and we just didn't co-op it. So, it's such a cool gimmick. I love it. Your raft has a maximum capacity, and the enemies drop all over the place. And this is so inventive because they're not really a danger to you, but they weigh the raft down.
Oh no!
No, there's no way in hell even. We're on World 5 of 8, and I'm like 30 minutes from cutting off for the night. I also need to figure out what the hell I'm doing for dinner. So I don't have a plan right now for that. So yeah, this is a great stage, but God, it's frustrating to do this co-op. I noticed they tutorialized the concept very quickly. There's one Koopa, boop. Then there's another Koopa, boop. Then there's a lot more than one Koopa. Then there's a pause. Gives you a chance to you know, deal with it. Then you start getting it from 2 different sources at the same time. Notice how there is time to recover, by the way. It's not an instant pass-fail. But god dang. Okay, I need to walk in here with some health.
Oh.
Apparently.
Let's go!
I will be completely honest, I haven't even seen the backgrounds because I'm so focused on trying to get all this crap off of my raft. Oh, that's pretty nice. Very small, you know, small res, but I'm with it. I'm with it. Notice that while frozen, they still count, by the way. So that's, I don't want to say that's insidious, but it is interesting. Because that's the secondary power-up of the stage, is the Frost Flower. So we've just lost the Frost Flower. That's cool. Goombas will naturally fall off, as you just saw if you were paying attention. But they can still cause their own issues. A little more, a little more, a little more. Ah, there we go, okay. Now we've got some issues, because all of those tiny Goombas individually count. And then they give you a chance to recover after that little onslaught. Pick up the... God damn you, game. Work! Just work! I hate the controls of this game so much. I might die here because of this.
Oh no! Oh.
50's not too bad, actually. I'm surprised it's that cheap.
Let's go!
Hey, Eternus. I've been doing well until I hit this stage. This frickin' stage. You notice we haven't had a checkpoint yet, by the way. Catch that? You son of a Submariner. No, I think Han Solo could totally beat the Emperor. After all, a smuggler killed Valkorion back in Tor. If this actually worked consistently, this wouldn't be as bad. Because then I could use this as a thing. But I'm just, look at that. That was 5 tries. That took me 5 attempts to pick up the frickin' guy. Because terrible controls. up, pick him 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 up! Oh my god! Pick up the guy! Please? I'm gonna get a fire flower because that's just untenable. Jesus Christ, that's terrible. Okay. I hear a voice calling my name, but I can't quite hear it because I'm trying very hard not to die. Oh, do the coins count? Oh my god, I think the coins count. Hey, kiddo. How you feeling?
Like my legs are sore.
Why are you sore? Quit it. Quit it!
Why are you only talking to one of them?
Because that one's fine, but that one!
This one's sore too.
Oh, okay. Well, if we get rid of one of the sores, maybe it'll work out better. I don't know. I think coins count. Yeah, coins count. Oh my god, this freaking stage. Yeah, pretty much. So if the number gets too high, we'll fall into the lava. And all of these enemies drop coins, which counts to raise the number. So that's even more clever than I already thought that was. This would be great if, like, there was a mid-mission checkpoint, like, right about there. Aww, okay. And now we've got the wrong flower. You know what? Just die. Just die. Just die. Come on! Okay. And I can't even do anything about that guy.
Oh my god, that's a giant point.
Yeah.
Imagine if he counted for multiple.
Oh, jeez. That would be even worse. Oh, god, run! Should I go for it?
Okay,
Okay.
wait.
Oh, no! No! No, you're like 1 inch! You're like 1 inch! Oh, come on! Okay, you're right there, you're right there. Oh, there. Please give me a mid-mission checkpoint. Or just the end of the stage. I'm okay with either. Let me end this nightmare. Oh my god, we did it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I always try to remember to let you know I'm coming down. Because sometimes I end up startling you.
Yeah. She's just like super stealthy. She doesn't even mean to be. That's the best part. She's just like a shadow, and I'm just like, oh,
The world.
it's fine. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and give that a positive and an 8 because it's very inventive and very clever, and it's bullcrap. All right. So, do we do the ghost house, or do you do the, like, whatever that is, the one down below? Okay, ghost house it is.
Go time.
Did you see the ghost?
That's what he was saying as he was going in. Okay, this is cool. I swear to God, game, you want me to pick this? The universe. Okay, up or down?
Continue in this direction.
Well, I can't now.
Yeah.
I think I can. Okay. I mean, everything's fine. I see him. It's okay, he's shy. Oh yeah. They're invincible, but they're also shy, so as long as you're looking at them, they're like, no, don't look at me.
Okay, so we made it through the lab.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
We're outside now.
We did it. There's probably like 3 other exits because this is a boo house.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Door's clear. Now please leave.
Please get out of our house. We don't want you here anymore. So what did that unlock? Oh, that's not too bad, actually. Okay, so...
Ladder.
Why is there so much mud?
What's the mud do?
It makes you encounter those guys. Which involves this. Okay. Come back here. Embrace your death. There we go.
Embrace the death. All the death.
We're actually not here to kill them. We're actually here to rescue the toads. Oh, shoot. You didn't see that. No. Okay, let's do a real level first. I do love dying. It's one of my favorite things to do. That's why I play video games for a living. As well as, oh god, this level. Yep, so I hope you like mana rays.
Yep, the entire level's just mana rays.
Kinda, yeah.
Platforms.
Clouds hiding things. It's a power-up. I can't see what it is, though. There's a frost flower. No, I didn't die. It doesn't count. It doesn't count if I don't die.
What's that floating block thing?
That is something that the controls don't work right for, but if they actually worked, I'd be able to use to temporarily fly.
It's a cup.
Somebody hit the puh. Hang on.
Cup.
Delicious puh coins. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay.
You're falling.
We're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Ugh.
Cup.
Ah, safe ground. It's hovering in the air.
Gravity doesn't work here.
Well, yeah, I can even spin in the air and be like,
But look. How does something that
played Minecraft.
support that?
you just need one block. Once you have a support strat, you're fine.
No, but it should work. What's wrong?
Hey, kiddo. Do you happen to know if we have dinner plans or if you guys already had dinner? What I thought. Thank you for telling me. Okay. They keep psyching me out like, hey, there's nowhere to jump, and I'm like, there's gotta be a place to jump, right?
That guy's like, wow, delicious. Oh, there's another guy too.
Delicious.
Why do they look like this? Their
I-
design is so funny.
I don't know.
They look like mushroom pancakes wearing swim goggles.
Mushroom pancakes wearing swim goggles. You can quote her on that. Alright, let's hear. What? Death. That's what was there. Whatever. We're just gonna go with it.
Mushroom pancakes wearing swim goggles.
No! Mushroom pancakes would taste awful. Like, think about that for a second.
Yeah. But wearing swim goggles.
Oh my god. Let's see. Okay, oh, I have to go this way. So let me see if I can actually save these stupid tokens this time. Come back here!
Boing, boing, boing. Okay, now you can quote me on boing, boing, boing.
I will rescue you!
Oh my god, they were in ballerinas.
I mean, they kinda are. Just plant arenas. Nope. I win.
Thanks for saving me. Because I can't quite do a toad voice.
Thanks for saving me.
Perfect.
Here, have some of my teeny tiny brethren.
Wait, what? He's giving us his, like, children or something? I don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
No, they're like the mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
They're tiny toads.
Okay. Well, now we have to go rescue more toads.
They are the children of the toads.
me. Don't mind me. Oh, God. There we go. Booyaka. I don't want a meal.
Oh.
Meal.
No. No. Nope, no
Give
meals.
me meal.
No.
Meal.
They sell McNuggets in packs of 40. Yeah. Yeah, no. No. That sounds like a terrible, terrible idea. Okay. It is. I'm just getting something quick for dinner, so have dinner tonight. Let's see. They do have a mango pineapple smoothie. That's what's us. I guess you try it. They also have a strawberry banana smoothie. That's an acceptable answer. I feel like she doesn't want it. That's okay. That's okay. We'll go with that. No, Eternus. I'm always losing the game. Always. Just ask my niece. Why do you keep saying no? Stop saying no. I did. I blame you. Because it's your fault. Ah! I give up. You win. Let's go ahead and beat World 5. We'll probably cut off there. Actually have food for tonight. There we go. Okay.
It's a good time.
Boss time, or rather world time, whatever. We'll figure it out. And then tomorrow we'll finish this up. And then we'll hit the one I know the least about. That should be fun. Other than Lost Levels. I guess that's technical. There's someone just shooting flames at us. That's always neat. Neat. Love just the shearing heat of the flames. It makes me feel like I'm alive. Which is funny because I'm frickin' dead. That again. Do we have to try that again?
It's a good time.
You know, if you'd be more comfortable, I have a bed that you can steal. And a couch. Alright. Oh, I've got it. Do you think I'm a good uncle? Ah! I thought I had her. I mean, the family that games together. I need to ask my niece what she wants for Christmas at some point. She wants No? Is that one of those new games? I haven't heard of that one. Oh, okay. Ow. No, that was ow. That definitely qualifies. You think that lava looks like lava or melted candy? I know it's not on the screen right now. That lava. Down there. Yeah, that's what other people say too. Soda?
That's not right.
It is fire though.
It looks like green acid.
I It looks like a creature going... Okay. It's caramel. Oh, that would actually make a lot of sense. So what you making tonight, Braven? I know you were chopping vegetables for like an hour. You really want me to have this useless power-up, don't you, game? No, by all means, be negative. Like, they really should have kept the Virtual Console. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm very pro backwards compatibility. If I was designing consoles and moving forward in console generations, what I would actually task my engineers with doing is coming up with a long-term method to continue to emulate games and keep them relevant in the future. Basically the PSN, but better. So, once the PSN was introduced for the PS3 and the PSP, if you bought games for that, those games are on your PSN account, which you can then use on the PS3, the PSP, the PS Vita, the PS4, and the PS5. And that would be the approach I would use. Probably the most creative of the boss fights. Got the last one. We'll get there. Yeah, Nintendo has proven several times they don't give a damn about making their games accessible, either for players who just want to play them, or for historical preservation purposes. Like, if I wanted my niece to play the game I'm playing right now, I would have to emulate it in order to make it really accessible for her. Like I'm playing right now. And that's... Like, ignore all the other crap that's attached to that topic. That point by itself is all that needs to be said, right? Oh god, I remember that, Pax. Like, I think she'd like this game. In fact, I would love to play this game with her. I functionally can't. Now, the funny thing here is that I mentioned the PlayStation as my big thing. The PlayStation is a little bit easier because they don't have the gimmick problem. Making a DS game playable on a 3DS is relatively easy. Making a DS game playable on the Switch is a lot harder because there's things that need to be solved to make that happen, right? This very game, which only came out 14 years ago, this very game would require, like, someone to go in and reprogram it to make it playable on a modern system, like they did with Galaxy 1. By the flip side, they can do that. They did that with Galaxy 1. And yeah, Skyward Sword, they did that. Prime 1, they did that. Prime 3 is still console locked on the Wii. The good, probably the best Punch-Out game ever made is also console locked on the Wii. Figure it out, people. Anyways, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and chop it here. So let me go ahead and make sure I get in a nice big save state, just to make sure. There we go. Tomorrow, at roughly 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go ahead and go through World 6, World 7, and hopefully World 8. I'll see you guys.